final day of the 105th United States Open brings us, for the moment at least, perfect conditions here in the Sandhills of North Carolina. Right now, cloudless skies warm Donald Ross's number 2 course, a course that after 54 holes has only one man standing at a number under par. The weatherman says there is a 40% chance for afternoon thunderstorms, perhaps a greater chance than the field has of catching defending champion Retief Goosen. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. This U.S. Open is, for all intents and purposes, Retief Goosen's to lose. He's 3 shots clear of the field, and if we assume for the purpose of this exercise that the steely Goosen will shoot even par 70 today, then the number 1 and 2 ranked players in the world, Tiger Woods and Vijay Singh, would have to shoot 64 and 63 respectively to move up the leaderboard and tie him. The previously unheralded Jason Gore and Olin Brown, closest to Goosen at even par, would have to shoot 67 to draw even with the South African. And entering Sunday at Pinehurst in close to 400 total rounds played, only 6 rounds have been 67 or better, none better than 66. Only 18 holes to go before one man puts his name on the U.S. Open trophy. Will a new name be added, or will Retief Goosen's be etched in history as a 3-time winner?
NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association present a national championship today. Live final round coverage of the 105th United States Open. Championship Sunday in America's championship. So befitting of a place that for more than 100 years has been considered the Mecca of American golf. Here in the Sandhills of North Carolina at Pinehurst, you sense it the moment you step on the grounds. It's all about the game. They live, eat, and breathe it here. And are they excited today? For the second time in the last 6 years, Pinehurst number 2 will crown the champion. And right from the start, and even long before this championship began, in the back of everyone's mind, the 99 championship and Payne Stewart. And today, on the 72nd green, where he won the title 6 years ago, the whole location in the exact same spot, 25 on, 7 from the right, and the special flag there, marked with the image of Payne on it. Another reminder of an unforgettable Sunday. So whose unforgettable Sunday will it be today? It appears it'll be another one for Retief Goosen, a 3-shot lead for the South African, trying to become just the 6th to win 3 or more of these titles, and just the 2nd in the last 50 years to win back-to-back U.S. Opens. But there sits Jason Gore, 3-time winner on the Nationwide Tour. He plays in the final group on a Sunday at the U.S. Open with a 2-time champion. And then there's Olin Brown, a 2-time winner on the PGA Tour. All sorts of injuries, and, well, can he make it in this final Sunday? Michael Campbell at +1, Mark Hensby also at +1, stand 4 back. David Toms is 5 back. So as we get to Tiger Woods, who is 6 back, how far back is too far back? Well, Tiger Woods has the firepower to pull it off today. You can be sure about that. Lee Westwood, KJ Choi, and there sits Vijay Singh at +4. He and Tiger Woods have had a hard time getting the speed down of these greens. As we welcome you to the 18 Tower here, Johnny Miller, I know it's always a special day when you wake up on U.S. Open Championship Sunday,
yes,
where you were able to pull it off with that magical 63 in the 1973 championship at Oakmont. Always so many emotions to handle. Happy Father's Day, by the way, to all you dads out there. That just adds to the emotion of this championship. Many of the fathers and many of the players you'll see out there, their dads so instrumental in introducing them to the game, so they carry that with them as they go around the golf course. And we also carry around the memory of Payne Stewart. 65,000 of these pens are being given out by the USGA today. Every single person that comes through the gates here at Pinehurst will receive one of them. And there is that image of Payne, the fist pumping after he made that 15-foot putt to put away the title here 6 years ago, Johnny. So it's an emotional Sunday. It is tough to keep all of it in check after this national title.
It is. It's a nerve-wracking day for the players, but it's also a very special memory of Payne Stewart. You know, most people, that's the last time they saw him with that position he was in when he made that phenomenal putt. Really, the putts at 16, 17, and 18. So here's to you, Payne, and It's going to be an unusual day today. I really believe that anything can happen, but I believe Retief is a special player, and he seems to have that. I remember growing up with the wee Iceman, the ice in his veins, Ben Hogan. It seems like we have a modern day Iceman. Even the players are calling him he's got ice in his veins, but we're going to know a lot about what's going to go on in this championship, to be honest with you, that first hour, because contrary to what some players say, even Tiger and Phil Mickelson, the first hole, the third hole, and the fourth hole are birdie holes. You have got to play those as if you're going to make birdies on them. And somebody could get 2 over par at the start in that first hour, and who knows, Retief, maybe he doesn't have the right stuff today. Maybe he's going to be 1 over, and there could be like a 3-stroke swing there. So we'll see a lot there. If Retief gets off to a fast start, it's going to be tough to catch him. But there's so much golf out there to play. Who knows? Retief could very easily shoot 73. That puts him at level par for the championship. That means Jason Gorwitz got to just shoot 70, Brown 70 to be in a playoff.
Tiger Woods is 67. That would bring him back in. You seem to think, and you've thought about it all week, that the round of the championship so far is a 66. You think that there's that kind of number still available out there.
Well, the course is super hard. I don't want the players to throw tomatoes at me, but because they think this course is off the charts. And it is really, there aren't a lot of let-ups after the first 4 holes. I have to admit that. It seems to be just walking on eggshells around there, and there are a lot of bogeys. This course is full of paper cuts. It's not like you're hitting it out of bounds. You're not hitting it into water hazards. You're not hitting it into stands of trees. You got unplayable lies. Basically, it just sort of wears you out because the ball rolls off all these dome greens, and now you got the most exciting chip shots of your life on on tough hole locations. So, but a guy, if he was playing great golf, hit it down the middle and really got going with the irons, once you get on the greens, as I said before, they're fairly flat, and you can make a lot of putts inside of 15 feet. So it's doable if you put the right mindset. Instead of thinking pars, maybe today, Tiger Woods, what does he make, only $80 million a year? What has he got to lose? Go for every pin today, Tiger.
Quickly, I want to ask you about Jason Gore. It's obviously wouldn't be a surprise to see Retief Goosen holding the trophy for a 3rd time. How much of a shock? I mean, obviously a big shock, but is it possible that a Gore can hang on and win this title?
Well, he is the sentimental favorite, as we know. I mean, they're going to have a lot of people pulling for him. If he happens to get off to a pretty good start, it might be very emotional, and who knows, he might take all the positive vibes of all those people, 65,000 people out there that seem to be pulling for him. He just might ride into the sunset, so to speak, and do something that people will be talking about 20 years from now, because what an unlikely guy to be where he is right now, playing in the final group. So everybody's pulling for him. Goosen, a lot of people really admire Goosen, but they're not quite sure about the guy
It's going to be an interesting dynamic in that final group. I mean, I think you're going to hear a lot more cheers for Jason Gore. So it's going to be interesting to see how Goosen handles that and Jason Gore handles it on the biggest Sunday of his golf career. And our folks involved with this 105th U.S. Open Championship telecast, Gary Koch and Bob Murphy out on the towers, Roger Malpe, Mark Rolfing, Dottie Pepper joining us here at this U.S. Open. We'll also be looking forward to her comments at next week's U.S. Women's Open. And Jimmy Roberts handling the interviews, offering his perspective, and the executive director of the USGA, David B. Fay, with us as always. And let's get you out to the action, see how the course is playing, out to the 5th, and Gary Koch with a call.
Thank you, Dan. Here's a man who's going along nicely and done just what Johnny Miller was talking about. Ernie Els, he's 2 under par through the first 4 holes. Playing his 2nd shot at the difficult par 4 5th. Asking for it to go. Now the question is, how far back will it go? Very steep front to this green.
Gary, for those out there that have photographic memories, the hole locations today are about 16 of them almost identical to the 99 final round on Sunday. So some of these guys with experience might remember that.
Phil Mickelson for a birdie on 3, Johnny. He drove the ball, ended up in the rough just short of the green, and chipped it up to that position. A very aggressive and confident play by Phil just a moment ago.
Well, one of the 2 amateurs to make the cut, Ryan Moore here at 18 for par. The U.S. Amateur reigning champion. He'll turn pro next week, right after this championship. Playing his first event up in Westchester, New York area. He birdied 17, but it'll be a bogey finish for the talented Moore, around a 73. And Johnny, that may be a face to remember for sure in the years to come in this game.
It will be. I'm sure he would have liked to have done something special this week because he has the game to do it, but he's a long-hitting player, a lot of confidence, and he has a great future.
Over at the 7th, Fred Couples for a birdie. That was a moment ago. Couples shot that 71 in the opening round. Very much in it. A couple of 74s after that. And the birdie there gets him to +8. And look who is arriving. The Gores, Jason, Megan, and his 8-month-old son, Jackson. Coming through the gates at Pinehurst. Back after this.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open. We're live with Jason Gore. And Jason, how you feeling today?
I feel pretty good. I feel pretty calm, and we're ready to go.
Now you're paired with the leader, the guy you got to catch. Now, do you think that's an advantage being able to be with him today?
Sure, I guess, you get to see firsthand, but really I'm just trying to go out, and Pinehurst is a tough enough competitor as it is, and just try to be patient and hit some good shots.
Now, these crowds seem to have really gotten in on your side. What's it feel like to be a rock star, huh?
It's, I don't know about rock star, but they've been awesome. They've been so great to me, and I don't ever really know how to repay them, but hit lots of good shots and make lots of putts.
I think a win would pay him back.
Well, we'll find out on the 18th. We'll go from there.
Good luck to you. Now let's go over to Bob Costas, who's with Retief Goosen.
All right, Roger, thanks very much. You just saw Jason Gore. First question, how well did you know this guy who's come out of nowhere before this weekend?
I've heard his name before, but obviously never met the guy till this week in a locker room. His locker is right next to my locker in a locker room, so we've had a chat this week.
You know everyone respects and admires what you have done and what you're doing here this weekend, but you also understand, given the fact that he's a super underdog, the 818th ranked player in the world, a lot of people are going to be rooting for him today.
Yeah, definitely. It's sort of a case of Daly when he came out and won a PGA, I think. No, he's obviously a great player, big guy, I'll play golf with him, but I won't wrestle him. But he's about 50 pounds heavier than me, but I'm looking forward to a great day out there with him today.
You've got the 3-shot lead on Gore and Brown, and then among those players who might reasonably be thought capable to shoot a 66 or 67 today, you're 5 up on David Toms, 6 up on Tiger Woods, 7 up on Vijay Singh. Given all that, what's your approach today?
Well, the course obviously didn't rain, so it's going to be pretty much the same as the first few days. The greens will obviously be firmer and quicker today than they've been any other day. So, I'm just going out there to play par on every hole. If I can keep shooting pars out there, it's going to be difficult for somebody to catch me.
In 2001, when you won your first Open at Southern Hills in Oklahoma in the playoff with Mark Brooks, you scrambled a little bit. Last year at Shinnecock, it was clearly the putter that made the difference in a close conclusion with Phil Mickelson. What has been the key to establishing a lead through 54 holes here at Pinehurst number 2?
Well, Pinehurst, a bit of everything has to be good, but yeah, you need to get it up and down around these greens. That's the key, I think. Even from the fairway, you're not going to hit these greens, so chipping and putting is probably one of the most important parts around this course today.
Let's take a look at some of your highlights from yesterday. You can watch along with us. After a birdie at 11 puts you at -3, then you bogeyed 12, double bogeyed 13. You fell back to even and then began to get it back together on the 14th. This is your second shot.
Yeah, I didn't have a great line, a bunker, tough stance, and a great 6-iron out to that point, and I hit that putt actually in the practice rounds. So I had a fairly good idea what he was going to do, so not a lot of break in it.
And you're back in a red number, or at a red number with that, to go -1. Next hole, number 15, here's the tee shot that sets up another birdie.
Yeah, I just hit a nice 6-iron in there. I was trying to hit it maybe 2 yards right on the hole, and I hit it 2 yards left of the hole, but couldn't have hit it in a better place. Really nice sort of uphill putt, about 10 inches of break in it.
And here's the putt for birdie. And now this is the beauty that ends your round, had to send you into Sunday with tremendous confidence. At 18, your 3rd birdie in 5 holes to finish the round.
Yeah, the ball couldn't have finished up in a better place there. It wasn't a very difficult putt up that hill, and it's one of those you're trying to get close, and it just managed to sneak in.
A couple of things before we let you go, and who knows, we may be talking to you alongside the 18th green as the sun sets tonight. You're often described as unflappable, impassive. Is there more going on beneath the surface than we see?
Yeah, we all nervous. Every guy on this, leaderboard is going to be nervous out there today, and it's just how you handle it, really, and cope with the emotions inside. I'm going to be nervous. Everybody's going to be nervous, but I've been there, I've done it, and I know I can cope with the pressure. I just need to, hit the shots.
We hear a lot of talk about golf's Big Four. Does that rankle you a little bit? Should it be the Big Five based on what you've done in recent years?
Well, my goal is to work myself up into that Big Four. So one day, hopefully, I'll creep ahead of one of those guys. Who knows what'll happen? But you just got to go out there and play the game, and the rest will take care of itself.
Retief, thanks. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Let's go out to number 5.
Well, this just a moment ago, Ernie Els for par. Remember his second shot at 5, just short of the green. And nicely done for Els. He remains at 2 under par early in his final round. And we go back to 4.
And this was a moment ago. Mickelson for a birdie. Ken Mickelson shot that 69 in the opening round on Thursday, and it looked like it was all stacking up to be a Phil back in contention here like he was in 99, but a 77 on that second day. 72 yesterday, still 1 under today, but a long way away from the lead. Goosen and Gore in the final group, and on his bag on Father's Day, Jason will take that little picture of Jackson with him every step of the way.
Nice.
I love my daddy. Probably love me even more if he comes home with a trophy. Well, Donald Ross came to the United States from Scotland 106 years ago. He began designing this number 2 course soon after he arrived at Pinehurst, originally opened as a 9-hole layout in 1901. And you can see the yardage it plays to today, 72-14. It matches Bethpage Black as the longest U.S. Open course in history. And the signature part of its design, the greens. And here's an example from Charles Howell, his third shot to that tough par 4 fifth. And look at this roll, Johnny.
You just can't afford to go past that flagstick.
So that was his third shot, and it just picks up speed, and it's out of here.
Might be farther than he started with, huh? And boy, does that go down a hill. That's like 10 feet down below the green and sitting in a hole.
All right, so that's his third. Now let's take a look at his fourth.
Now he's going to go with a flop shot or something like that.
You can pile them up in a hurry here. Those roll-offs. So Charles Howell still not on the green in 4.
Look at this ball. Look at how close that is to his divot. 1 foot away.
So now the 5th shot for Howell. Charles began the day at +8. Hasn't been an easy start with bogeys at 1 and 3, and he's still a ways away for double bogey there. And it is very difficult to describe just how tough these Donald Ross greens are. So earlier today, we dispatched Bob Murphy and Gary Koch down on the number 2 for a closer look.
Gary, this is Pinehurst number 2, and it's all about the greens. Places you want to be and places you certainly don't.
Well, there's no question about that, Murph. The greens are the surrounds, and as we stand here on the 9th green, we see the hole today placed in the front right portion of the green, and obviously the place you don't want to be is down here to the right of the green. This is what happened to David Duval back in 1999 in the final round. Duval, then the number 1 ranked player in the world, came to this hole, ended up down here to the right, tried to chip the ball back up onto the green, was unable to do so. Ball rolled back down to his feet, would lead to a double bogey and basically knock him out of contention in the U.S. Open. Now, a thing to keep in mind, it only takes a loose shot or two from Retief Goosen to put him in a position where some guys have a chance to catch up.
Indeed, that's true. So with the thought in mind that we do not want to go to the right, I see players playing very safely here, hit the ball out to the left some 30, 35 feet, and look what happens. The ball goes up the hill, down and around, and leaves me a reasonable putt. Yesterday on hole number 11, Tiger hit the ball in the fairway. Hole location, back left. He did not want to miss it to the left. He did not want to miss it long. He put it out to the right and went on to make the birdie putt. So from here, I've got myself a very reasonable putt that I can roll down towards the hole, and importantly, by George, I'm going to make a par.
And Murph, you and I both know that here at Pinehurst number 2, every time you make a par, a player is probably going to be picking up strokes on the field.
You're going to beat somebody on that hole.
Gary Murph, thank you very much. And so now Charles Howell for that double bogey, 6 at the 5th.
Little slight hook putt here for him. Looks pretty good.
That is good. After all, it happened to him on this hole.
He's very dapper today, even though a little problem on this hole.
And that just barely creeped in. So you just gotta stay as calm as you possibly can with all of this stuff going on around these greens. And
well, I think the word is you got to take your medicine. You know, if you hit it in an awkward spot, you got to just say, hey, I got to just get it out to the right here. I can't afford to go over the green and down the hill.
Over to 9.
Well, this just a moment ago, Fred Couples on the tee. Let's see how Couples handles this difficult front right hole location. Well, I guess when you're +9, Johnny, you can go right at it.
Why not?
That's a beautiful shot. But as you say, the shots are there. The chances for birdies are there.
Greens are holding.
They certainly are. So Fred Couples with a great chance to make a 2 there at the 9th. Well, still a little more than a couple hours away before Retief Goosen and Jason Gore will start the final round of the 105th U.S. Open Championship. We'll return to Pinehurst. And Peter Jacobsen just arriving at the golf course, the now oldest man in the field, made a hole-in-one yesterday, and who knows, maybe he'll, as he say, pull one off for the members of AARP.
In May, when he led the U.S. squad to victory there. And from that great amateur to the second amateur to make the cut.
And Matt Avery, Ryan Moore finished +16. Matt Avery, the only amateur other than Ryan Moore, is +11. That left for birdie here at 13. Matt will be a senior at the University of Florida. Quite a good player, Gary Koch.
Yeah, he certainly is, Murph. Twice a first-team All-American and has won numerous tournaments down there, so really doing well. As we go to the 7th.
Ernie Els second. How about this drive by Els?
Yeah, it's about 370 yards or something like that. 48 yards left, so it's a little off on my guess.
How about the capper on that Jones story? At age 28, he retired from competitive golf after that year. He never played in any of those 4 championships again.
Well, Jack Nicklaus is now saying he sort of wishes he had walked away after the last Masters win when he was 46. You know?
Pick up the action here at the 5th. Phil Mickelson for a par. Short of the green, drove it in the rough. Unable to reach the green in 2. So Mickelson records a bogey 5, drops him back to +8 for the championship. Even par in his round today. See Olin Brown at even par, and right there tied for second, and he's with Roger Maltby.
Thank you, Gary. Owen, what's going on inside you today? How's it feel?
Feels great, man. I'm excited to be here. It looks like we got at least a good early part of the day. I hope the rain holds off and the course plays just like it did all the rest of the week.
Now, will what Retief does today, will that affect how you go about playing your game?
I don't think so. I mean, Retief is in the position that everybody else wants to be in, and he's obviously proven he can handle it. So there's nothing that any of us can do if he stays up to the same form that he's had all week. But we'll see what happens. I'm going to go out and play the best I can, and we'll add him up at the end of the day.
Nice comeback yesterday, and good luck to you today.
Thanks, Raj.
Let's go out to 15.
Where Tommy Armour III is on the tee. Of course, the grandson of the great Tommy Armour, winner of this championship. Tommy struggled yesterday, had a rough day. Was sitting right there in pretty good shape after 2 rounds, as is the case here at Pinehurst number 2. A few wayward shots, and the score can add up in a hurry.
Seems to be a little of the Silver Scott and Tommy. He's pretty smooth and stylish.
Yeah, he's very stylish. Takes a lot of pride in the clothes that he wears and how he looks on the course. Nice shot there. Right into the heart of the green, and that's where you want to play it at 15 today. Anything to the right of the hole will go right off the green. And we go over to 9. And the birdie putt for Fred Couples. And this 9th has really been something. Of the 4 par 3s, it's yielded the most birdies, but it's also had the most double bogeys recorded. So we go back to 7.
Ernie Els for the birdie. Els played in that final pairing last year at Shinnecock with his fellow countryman Retief Goosen, and while Goosen put it away, Ernie shot 80 on that Sunday when the golf course just was on fire.
And we move over to 16, and Lee Janzen getting ready to play his second shot, and the man standing there with his golf bag is Mike Hicks, who was with Payne Stewart back in 1999. I'm sure a very special day for him as well.
Got Payne's notes with them, don't they?
Yes, yep, certainly do. Yardage book with all the places marked where you want to try to hit it, where you don't.
Red and green and yellow dots describing, what's okay, what's not okay, and a lot of knowledge in Mike Hicks's head and notes.
And of course, Lee Janzen, one of Payne Stewart's best friends up till the end, and probably thought maybe this would be a special week for him. He'd maybe go for his 3rd U.S. Open win.
And we look forward to a nice story by Jimmy Roberts a little bit later in the day, which talks about that day 6 years ago and just how everything has changed through the 6 years since Payne's tragic plane crash. The lives of Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson. Of course, his wife was expecting that day, so looking forward to that as well. 105th U.S. Open. Looking forward to that 3 o'clock tee time. A little less than 2 hours. And there is a Cinderella story so far. Big Jason Gore lumbering down. Crowd has loved it. He's endeared himself in a hurry here to this golf-savvy crowd at Pinehurst. Warming up. Some of the stately architecture around Pinehurst, the village of Pinehurst, as it's referred to here in these parts. So much golf history here. You walk down the street, Johnny, into those shops, and it's just oozing with golf history. Great, great spot to hang out. And if you're a golf fan, if you haven't been here, you should be here. It's amazing. And Johnny, Jason Gore out there, still about 2 hours away from the tee time. That's a lot of warming up. I guess it's maybe some nervous energy. He's out there.
Either that or he's changed all the diapers he wants to. He wants to get in the dirt.
His son has had a double ear infection. I talked with his wife Megan last night, and she says he's calmed down a bit, but at the beginning of the week he was not a happy little boy. But in fact, Jason has gone out to the drugstore to pick up some antibiotics for his kid.
Yeah.
Let's go out to the 6th. This is a tough, long par 3 at 214 yards. Mickelson taking aim with a 7-iron.
He's posing. Actually, the last green's the first time I've actually seen him sort of mad on a golf course in a long time. He was upset because, he was in a position he couldn't make a bogey, and he just made a bogey to go +8.
Freddie Couples going for it on the par 5 10th here. Couples with 2 birdies in the last 3 holes. Excellent front 9 of 34.
I thought he might have a decent chance this week, even though he's getting older, but he's got the game. I mean, he's got the power, the high fade. He's Mr. Cool like Mr. Goosen.
Doesn't have a lot of high finishes in this championship. Tie for third in 91 was his last top 10. Although he did have a couple of other top 10s in the 80s. Missed the cut last year.
Those are two big hits right there. Sort of short-sighted himself. Be interesting to see, but he is on the upslope. Yeah, it could be just about, the guys like Lee Janzen who win it twice. They're just plotters, tough guys, play smart, can handle adversity. Not everybody can do that.
Over at 16.
And with Mike Hicks watching, Lee Janzen, 4 birdie. Now, played it to go a little right and did not.
Probably got the best break in U.S. Open history, at least to my knowledge.
Fifth hole Olympic.
That ball went up in the tree, and they're checking it out, and he's walking back to the tee, and the thing falls out of the heavens, out of the tree, and then he makes it from the back edge 2 holes in a row, the hole before and that hole. Wow.
Now back at 15, Tommy Armour for his par. Remember the tee shot into the middle of the green and unable to make the birdie putt. All right, confidently done there. Tommy Armour remains at plus 16 for the championship, 5 over in today's final round.
Yeah, a lot of talent, that man, Tommy Armour. Got great skill. Not so sure he trained real well in the PM.
Yeah, Tommy does like to have a good time. But it's his life. Everybody's got their own way of going about things. Mickelson here for birdie. Just touching it down the slope here.
I really believe he overestimated the toughness of Piner's number 2, thinking maybe 8-10 over par would win and play for pars. I really believe the reason why Goosen's winning this thing is that he's aiming for the flagstick more than everybody else, even though he just said he's going to play for pars. You watch today, when he has a nice iron shot, shorter iron shot, he'll go right at it.
Let's go to the 17th.
It should be down left to right here. Right. That's what I thought it was.
Dad always said, if you want to be the best, you got to be willing to do what no one else is willing to do. And sometimes you got to go for it when the little voice says, hey, it's birdie time. You can't always say, well, I'll play like a little bit conservative. I'm a little afraid. Might go down the hill.
What an emotional week it's been for these two. I think it's impressive that Janzen got into the weekend here and was able to play the last 2 days with the memories of pain from 6 years ago. But his shot here into this tough 17th.
Well, he's the last player to come from behind on the final day to win the Open in 1998 at Olympic Cup against Payne Stewart. He is 5 back. So that was a phenomenal comeback.
It was on that green there where Payne sank that birdie putt. And there is the top player in the world coming in. Spikes in hand. And it's a 2:30 tee time, just about an hour and 15 minutes away.
Not much of an entourage there, huh?
It'll be Woods and Hedblum in that group. Lee Janzen for birdie as he comes up to this par 3. And since the tragic death of Payne Stewart, Lee Janzen, who lives there at Isleworth and sees Aaron Stewart, Payne's son, on the golf course play a lot. He's really become even closer to Aaron. And look at this.
Nice.
On the hole that Payne birdied 6 years ago, which gave him that lead over Mickelson. Janzen birdies the same hole. Mike Hicks, who was there in 99, sees another 2 out of his man. This time it's Janzen.
This might as well birdie 18 while he's at it. That was quite the putt. We've seen a lot of putts made from off the green.
Well, as you look at the tee times on down there at +2 is David Toms, who will begin the day a handful back, and he is with Roger right now.
Thank you, Dan. David, what's the report from home? Of course, Sonia back there getting ready to deliver tomorrow, I guess, is the plan. What do you hear from home?
She feels good right now, and I know we're scheduled to be at the hospital at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, so hopefully things are going well there, and she's staying off her feet. She said they were going to be out around the pool today, and luckily we have a TV out there, so maybe she can watch a little bit of the golf.
Now, are you more nervous about the championship today or about tomorrow's proceedings?
I guess I'm, thinking about both of them right now. I've got a lot of work to do out there today on a hard golf course, and I'll have a chance if I go out and play good. And then certainly tomorrow, it's going to be an exciting day for my whole family, and I look forward to getting back home.
Now you're 5 shots back, Retief. Do you have a game plan for today? Do you feel you need to be a little more aggressive, or do you think that he might come back a little bit? What's your game plan?
Well, every day I've had it under par, pretty deep into my round. I hadn't been able to quite close it so far. So, I need to do that again today, but, stay on top and don't give anything back. And if he comes back a little bit, I'll be okay.
Thanks for your time. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Back to you, Dan.
And we go out to the 9th.
And Dan, we've talked about what can happen around the greens here at Pinehurst number 2. This was a moment ago. Colin Montgomery's tee shot finds the front right bunker. Obviously the lie is buried. He's looking all over the place where he can hit it. Tries to hit it into the hill in the middle of the green. Misses that.
Wow, that's going to be a tough shot from there.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible to get the ball anywhere near the hole from there. So those are the things that we see here at Pinehurst number 2. There's the number 1 player in the world, Tiger Woods, as he moves toward the practice area to warm up and get ready for his tee time in just a little over an hour. We'll be back to the 105th U.S. Open Championship. Welcome back to Pinehurst number 2. Colin Montgomery putt for a double bogey 5. Remember, the second shot over the green had to play well right on his third, and then 3 putts adds up to a triple bogey 6. And he goes to 12 over par. There's Jason Gore, the crowd favorite, signing autographs, signing just about everything that they throw at him.
I think he's using it to kind of relax him, Gary.
I agree.
And I think it's a great, great thing to do.
He's burning up some nervous energy.
Yep. And he's also recruiting even more Jason Gore fans for later this afternoon. And this 105th U.S. Open is being brought to you by Ford, built for the road ahead. By Lincoln Financial Group, providing powerful financial resources to help you say, hello, future. And by Phillips, technology should be as simple as the box it comes in. Well, the United States Golf Association has been promoting, nurturing this game of golf for more than a century. It's seen its championships grow to the stature and prestige you see at this 105th edition being staged here at Pinehurst this week. But through all of that growth, the USGA has remained steadfast in its main objective, helped carried out by its grants and fellowship program. Jansen grabbing the stick out of there, and the image of Payne is on there, only on the 18th flag today. USGA's idea of commemorating that great championship. As you look at this shot live, there's the image of Payne, the fist pump there.
That's nice, very nice.
And I hear the bells in the background here, which were so prominent in '99.
It's just a good memory, just sort of to soak it in and be quiet. I guess Jansen was Payne's best friend. There's the bells.
Wouldn't you know it, his good friend, just at the bottom of the hour with those bells chiming, finishing up here. Just for par.
Yeah, this might be a putt to win the Open several hours from now. It's an uphill putt, slight right to break, right to lefter. And boy, it was right in the middle.
Mentioned Lee being so much a part of Payne's son Aaron's life. He played in the father-son tournament that we were a part of last year in Orlando. Lee called up the organizers and was the real instigator of that. Says he'd been watching this tournament, and I'd like to play in that tournament someday with my own son, but couldn't help but think that it'd be sure nice to play with Aaron. Called up the organizers. They agreed to do it, and he was with Aaron last year. Mike Hicks with Jansen on this Sunday. J.B. Hayes is playing competitor, finishing out for par here. So Jansen with a 74, Hayes with a 76. Just like that, a much different trip around number 2 for Mike. #105th U.S. Open Championship. Hallowed ground indeed. Nearing the tee times, about an hour and a half away from the final one at 3 o'clock. Well, this was the scene just a moment ago on the practice putting green. Jason Gore, who is a date in the final group, getting a handshake from Tiger Woods. Tiger very familiar with Jason. They played a lot of junior golf together back in Southern California years ago, and even some collegiate tournaments when Tiger was at Stanford and Jason was at Pepperdine. He transferred over from Arizona. So a quick look at the final 4 tee times here. Peter Hedblum, who's still got the round of the championship with that 66, paired with Tiger, and then it's Hensby and Toms, separated by just a shot. Toms beginning the day 5 back. Hensby, very, very impressive player from Australia, who finished 15th on the money list last year, so don't count him out. Olin Brown at even par, along with Gore, playing with Michael Campbell from New Zealand at +1, trying to become just the second from that place to win a championship, major championship. Bob Charles, the only other to pull it off. And Retief Goosen with that 3-shot lead over Brown and Jason Gore, one of the most unlikely final round pairings in the last groups you will encounter in any major championship through the years. A moment ago at the 9th.
Phil Mickelson's second shot went boldly at the flagstick and ball ran off the green. That was just moments ago. Now live for his par. Phil going along at even par in his final round today.
Phil was a part of the tribute that was held by the USGA before this championship began, Gary, early in the week. Had some beautiful things to say about his experience in that championship that Jimmy chronicled 6 years ago.
Gary, this whole occasion in 9 is rolls off pretty good if you're just short and right of the flagstick on your approach shot, huh?
Anything short, anything right, Johnny. You have to play to the left of the hole and play it toward the middle of the green. Let the slope be your friend. And it's a tough little putt around the hole. There's a little bit of slope there that very hard to pick up.
Looked like it was just a straight-in putt, and he pushed it to the left edge. Is that true?
Yeah, I would think so. Over at 14.
This was a moment ago. Stewart sink for birdie.
Really thought he had a good chance. Plays great in Carolinas, Georgia, North Florida.
Back to 9.
Mickelson tapping in for his bogey 4. So he'll go out in 1 over par 36. And Tiger Woods warming up on the range.
35 minutes away from his scheduled time with Hedblum. Rankings this week through 3 rounds. Number 1 in driving distance.
Well,
number 1 in greens in regulation, and this is the fall off, and this is hard to believe. Dead last among the 83 that made the cut in putts per round. And that's been the story, Johnny.
Well, you know, we blame it on the putting, but as the late Ben Hogan said, you know, if you're having trouble with your putting, why don't you try hitting it closer to the hole? And he has not been close to the hole. I'm telling you, his average birdie putt has been a monster putt.
It wasn't.
Back to the 5th.
Where Davis Love has this very short putt for a birdie 3. Huge tee shot here at the 472-yard par 4. Left him just over 115 yards into this green. So, and Dan, this man, you know, many thought might have a chance to win. He's got a long history here at Pinehurst back in the late 70s, early 80s. His late father was an instructor here often at the Golf Digest schools, and young Davis Love used to join him and hang around with Bob Toski and Jim Flick, and they used to go out and play 9 holes late in the afternoons after the guys were done with the schools. And
yeah, says he's played this golf course more than 100 times, and it was just an hour away from campus where Davis went to school at North Carolina. He can remember zipping down the road here many, many times to get a taste of number 2.
He's got one of those NASCAR Jeff Foxworthy kind of hats.
Those are the stylish lids these days, Johnny.
Yeah, well, you haven't made it to the West Coast.
They're
Let's put it that way.
They're a little cooler. I mean, it's
yes, it is
ventilated back there in the back half. There it is. It's got the Carolina blue going.
Good comeback for Love, too. At one point during the championship, he was plus 11. And now just plus 7. So he has kind of righted the ship, found it a little bit. Well, if there is such a thing, a disappointing par at the hard par 4 5th. We go over to 1.
Corey Pavin, the champion from '95, with his second shot. This was a moment ago, and Johnny, you said you needed to get off to a good start here.
You sure do. This is a birdie hole if you play it correctly.
Well, that's played correctly. And on this Father's Day, we remind you that Corey Pavin took a flight back home to see his son graduate, took the red-eye back in time for the second round tee time just after lunch. Vijay Singh, second-ranked player in the world, begins the day at plus 4. There he is, 2 o'clock tee time in a couple of moments. Can the mighty Fijian get something going today? Time now for the next announcement for the next tee time at 2 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2 o'clock starting time. From Fiji, Vijay Singh.
Singh, of course, already won a Masters, PGA twice, but he has some work left today, beginning a full 7 shots behind Goosen.
Shooting rounds of 70, 70, and 74. Is that to the right?
Yeah, this is to the right. Let's go in the right rough, maybe even to the gallery.
You hit it way right yesterday. Way right yesterday, if you remember, in the trees.
Up ahead on the green, you saw Pavin's beautiful approach. And we'll see if Pavin can get it to plus 4 in a hurry here.
No. Boy, you can't miss those. Shortest hitter in the field this week, just averaging 253 yards. That's just a 2-iron for Goosen and Woods.
13.
And just a moment ago, Fred Couples from in back of the green, a position we're going to see a lot of players in today. Pops it right through the fringe and into the hole. Freddie goes to 7 over par. 13, the difficult little par 4, but the second shot is so hard to judge. You'll see a lot of people over the green.
I guess maybe the only guy more popular than Jason Gore today, Fred Couples.
That's a good round.
Best rounds today, you bet, Johnny. Couples on top of the heap there with Sink and then Else with a nice one going. Garcia early in his round. Course average today, a little more than 74. And so that puts it higher than the last 2 days. But it's been pretty consistent in that area, right around that 74 mark all 3 days so far.
Well, you have to understand the players we're reporting on are the ones who weren't really carving the course up to start with, so the best players are coming out now.
MetLife Blitz, Snoopy 2, hovering high above Village of Pinehurst. It's been just a fabulous weather week after the start of high heat and humidity before the championship began. And again, they're calling for a chance of a shower or some thunder moving in here today, but so far it has been just about perfect. And you're looking at Matt Avery there, one of 2 amateurs to make the cut. He's going to be the low am this week. A look at his card.
It's very good playing there. Bogey's the second hardest hole, the second hole, and all pars except for 1 birdie on 10. Very nice.
Just finished his junior year at Florida.
Watch this putt. Might see it later. Moves right all the way.
Nice round by Avery. Ryan Moore shot the 73, which we showed you earlier, plus 16. So Matt Avery, who is playing in his first U.S. Open, what a thrill for him. Low amateur at the age of 21.
Wasn't too thrilled with that first putt, but not a bad spot to putt from for par.
Well, the goose is loose out on the range, Johnny. That syrupy tempo, our first chance to take a look at it.
Yeah, perfect posture. Very solid. He does have a flying right elbow. Nicholas had the same sort of thing, and so that puts him slightly over the plane, the one swing plane. And then going through, he has to hold on just slightly going through because of that elbow.
This is one of the more impressive looks at Goossen's game that you will see. Final round scoring in this championship compared to the field, Johnny. Last year, just about 8 shots better, 3 shots better in 03. He didn't win there. He won at Southern Hills, about 2 shots better. That is getting it done, and that gets you U.S. Open trophies.
Well, he keeps calm. He's got that going for him. He's long. He's got that going for him. Hits the ball high and soft. Got going that for him. He's great chipper and phenomenal putter from inside 10 feet. So he's got 5 things going for him that's better than field average.
So this for an even par round. 70 for Avery. Very well done. One of just 6 players to make the cut who came through local and sectional qualifying.
That's a nice way to finish off the championship with a 70.
And this crowd so knowledgeable. They recognize the efforts of Avery this week. Playing in his 4th different USGA competition. Also played in the amateur, the Public Links twice, and the junior, and add the Open to the list. Playing there with Thomas LeVay.
Doesn't make any money by that round, but he sure could sell that to one of the leaders.
Well, next Saturday, the championships at Wimbledon. The action heating up in the grass at the All England Club as the best tennis players in the world vie for the victory on that incredible stage. So, Johnny, grab your strawberries and cream and saddle up for the coverage. Wimbledon beginning next Saturday at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific on NBC. This is Mickelson's 4th shot to the par 5 10th.
You can see the sand here is pretty tough to spin the ball. Even Phil Mickelson can't make it check up.
Well, at the first, VJ sitting well right with his tee shot, getting ready for his 2nd here now.
And we talked about it, hitting a lot of greens in regulation and 2nd to last in putting. But
and an example, Johnny, here I was going to say, of just hitting it deep, not getting it into the fairway, but close enough to maybe gouge something up here and get it on, and that's kind of been the Tiger VJ story.
Yeah,
you know,
they're on the greens but not close.
Right. Not quite able to muscle that one up.
That's actually makeable
but
right
not
there.
Bad. Well, from the 1st to the 18th, this guy's pretty accurate. 2nd for Fred Funk, the Players Champion from earlier this year at age 48. He's turned 49.
Well, as you would probably guess, he's 3rd in fairways hit, and that's an excellent shot.
Funk coming off a birdie at 17. Could be a birdie finish for him. Mickelson for par at the 10th. Nicely done. Mickelson celebrated his 35th birthday earlier this week. On Thursday of the first round, he was in good shape after that birthday, but has since faded. Gore shaking hands with everybody out there. He's the pros' choice, the people's choice.
He doesn't know if he'll ever be back in this position ever again.
Will he be Pinehurst's choice as a U.S. Open champion? There is Tiger Woods. Some last-minute preparation there. Mark Rolfing, you've been watching the top player in the world. What's going on?
Well, I watched him down on the range for quite a while, Dan, and it was a very, very good warm-up session, I thought. Very workmanlike, extremely precise, and maybe more than anything, he just looked real determined to me down there. He clearly is working on a shot shape, and that is a fade. One thing that he did that I noticed was he went through his entire bag like he always does, hit some short shots at the end, and then when he finished, he pulled out the driver and hit one drive. I'm really hoping he takes that driver off the first tee. He has not had any luck with the iron off that tee. And as you mentioned, Johnny, he has to get off to a good start. He's not played the first or the third hole well at all.
Looks a lot like Frank, his shirt there. Live at the first tee now. Here's Peter Jacobsen, the hole-in-one master from yesterday, who electrified the gallery here.
Going down the right side might get into the big stuff, and it does. He's trying to play a little draw, and he hit it dead straight. It actually was quite a good shot, but
Jake begins 7 behind. Shot 69 yesterday, matching Goosen's round of the day. And for those of you who didn't see the hole-in-one, there it was yesterday at the 9th.
he said when he hit it, it looked so perfect he didn't know it was going in, but he was just enjoying the whole thing, and it takes a one hop, and thank you very much.
7-iron runs and hides.
And Kenny Perry there is playing competitor.
That was from 185 yards for the reigning U.S. Senior Open champion.
Hit the same club the young guys did.
So Jake starts off in the rough here on this final Sunday, and up ahead, another man who started in the rough, but chance for birdie here for VJ.
Pretty slow putt. You gotta whack it. You can see how hard he hit that. Still didn't get it to the hole.
Singh shot a final round 69 here 6 years ago, one of only 2 rounds under par that day. Dudley Hart, the other player, with a 69, and we saw Funk come in, so a chance to finish at the plus 10 number here at 18.
Birdie finish.
70 for Funk. Just turned 49 years old on Tuesday. Well, there's Jason Gore. Get the sense that, you know, Tiger's got this fine-tuned itinerary, hit balls, practice short game. Dude, I mean, Gore has been on the practice tee. He's since come off, kind of done his Mayor of Pinehurst routine. Now he's kind of back focused in there. He's been out there for 2 hours just milling about, doing all sorts of different things. And Goosen in his very steady-like approach. Jacobsen at the first from that rough.
And to gouge it out with a wedge. Oh, not a bad leave though. If you're gonna miss the fairway, miss the green, that's a good spot.
To the second.
And Vijay Singh's second shot here at the 469-yard par 4. He's doing it in the right rough.
Again, huh?
Again. Hole today cut in the back center portion of the green here at number 2, and you just cannot go long. Nope. See ya. That'll go all the way down over the green.
Guys putting from there, Gary?
I've seen a little bit of everything, John, as you usually do around these greens. I've seen some putts. I've seen a couple of guys try to wedge it, and we've seen even the hybrid club being used. move over to 15. The par 3 today measuring 204 yards.
Super turtleback green.
Yeah, this is the smallest green on the golf course, according to the superintendent, Paul Jett. That won't get up. That's going to funnel back. That leaves an awkward little pitch.
This 105th U.S. Open is being brought to you by MasterCard. There's some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. By Levitra. Ask your doctor about it today. Levitra when it counts. And by Oppenheimer Funds. The right way to invest. Head back to the par 4 first. And Peter Jacobsen. Johnny, you think Jake thinks he's got a chance here? I mean, obviously you got to get off to a good start, but 51 years old. You think he's thinking, hey, you never know?
Every guy thinks that in the back of their mind, but for him, being in this position is actually great PR for the Champions Tour. It really is. It is. I mean, it really is. Shows that these guys, the scores they're shooting, are really viable scores. They can flat play out there.
Well, Jay Haas was here earlier in this championship. Did not fare well at all. Missed the cut.
Slow putt. I talked about that a minute ago. That from there you got to give it a wrap up that hill because the grain just grabs the ball.
Jake at 51. Owen Brown 46.
He says, I killed it and still came up short.
Sergio Garcia at the 4th. His 3rd shot of the par 5. Sergio off to a par start. Of course, the winner last week at Congressional.
Must have driven in the rough to have that long of a 3rd shot. Playing a draw in there to the left hole location. Should spin left. And it'll stay, I think. And it's a good shot, but, well, don't want to speak too soon, but
you did.
It's gone.
It's gone.
That is amazing.
It looked like it was going to hang.
Some of these shots that you almost want to run up there and mark it when it pauses.
Coming to NBC July 4th weekend, the Pepsi 400 live in prime time from Daytona. Last year, Jimmy Johnson came up short in that bid for the first NASCAR Nextel Cup. Kurt Busch raced off for the biggest prize. It all begins again. Pepsi 400 live from Daytona, Saturday, July 2nd on NBC. Jacobsen for his par at the 1st.
Breaks right from there, which I don't think he saw. Thought he was a straight-in putt.
15.
Fred Couples with his 2nd shot. And, Johnny, this is a awkward little shot from the front of the green here. Rises up about 3-4 feet. And then once it gets near the hole, it actually starts going back downhill.
Yeah, that's what Tiger was talking about. So many putts do that, up and over.
Easy to leave this one short. Grain of the grass growing into him there, short of the green. Oh boy, just difficult to hit it firmly enough. Take a look at his scorecard: 2 birdies and a bogey going out, and another birdie at 10, bogey at 12 and 14, sandwiched around a birdie at 13. So Freddie's making some birdies, but fortunately, the bogeys are there as well. So we go to 3.
And Corey Pavin. Laid up down the left side. Approximately 120 yards left. Hole location today all the way on the back left corner. It is accessible if you put it about 5 or 6 yards to the right, just like that. Should see some key birdies here today.
Hell, over at the 2nd, Vijay Singh has elected to take a fairway metal club. Use a putting grip, putting stroke.
Good speed.
Yeah, you can tell he's practiced that just a little bit this week. Beautifully done. The way he's been putting with his putter, I'm not surprised he hasn't maybe started thinking about doing that on the greens.
That's true. He has not putted well.
He's been out there in the waning light most nights here, Gary, with that apparatus.
Yeah, uses some sort of track thing that he's been trying to groove the actual stroke, and doesn't seem to work too well, unfortunately, for him this week as we go to Jimmy Roberts.
Well, Gary, from one Gator to another, Matt Every, one of only 2 amateurs to have made the cut, finishes as the low amateur, 11 over par, and this is your first Open Championship. You got to tell me what it was like out there for you.
It was just one big thrill. I mean, the crowds were great today coming down the end. I had a feeling I was going to get low am when I was even par because it's so tough to make birdies out here. But it was just a great week. I'll never forget it, and I hope there's many more Opens.
Now, this might be a silly question because we saw how Oakmont set up for the amateur a couple of years ago, but was this by far the most difficult golf course you've ever seen?
Around the greens, yeah. It's just they're so tough to hit these greens. I mean, just the slightest bounce left or right, and your quality shot turns into you're better off mishitting it. So I'd say around the greens it is, yeah. And the rough was pretty good this week too.
Finished your junior year. What are your plans now? You going to go back to Florida and play your senior year?
Oh yeah, I'm going back. I'm not gonna, I love my team and I love my coach, so, and I got a lot to learn still. So I'm going back, and I'm looking forward to some amateur events this summer. I got the Walker Cup maybe, but we'll see.
All right, Matt, congratulations. Great week for you. Let's go out to the second hole.
David Fay listening to that comment, Gary.
Well, I would think as the low amateur in the U.S. Open, that would be an automatic berth for a Walker Cup team as Vijay Singh taps in for a nice par at the second.
Little stumping for the Walker Cup. Never hurts when you're low am at the Open.
Well, it didn't do it for me, and I finished 8th.
And you're still stinging about it, aren't you?
All right, Freddie Couples for par. That's one way to get it done. Remains at 8 over for the championship and 1 under par in his final round.
This is the par 5 fourth, and this is Adam Scott, who will have to wait another day for his first major championship. This is a birdie attempt. Bogeys at 2 and 3 have dropped into +7. He was one of those guys that maybe could have been a part of the story today, but did not get off to a good start, Johnny. As you look at the board, not a lot of guys getting off to good starts. There's just a couple of red numbers up there. You got a 200, a couple 100 rounds going. Nothing really showing signs that somebody's going to tackle this course in a big way today. Oh, that drops in for Scott.
Well, in analyzing today's game, it's not a precision game. It's bomb it off the tee and just take it from where it is. And it's not like the old days where Mike Reed would go a week and a half without missing a fairway. I mean, those days are gone. It's different. But the Open rewards more guys like little Corey Pavin, who just bunts it down the middle and can knock it out, those good irons up by the hole and make a few putts.
If it breaks left.
He didn't even come close to reading that right, huh?
Corey made a great statement. We'll get back to that. Over to 4.
Sergio Garcia at this par 5 is for the par. Just saw Adam Scott. Sergio's been using a tip that Adam Scott gave him, he said, for that victory at Congressional. The tip was to hit a lot of short putts on the putting green, kind of envision and grain that image of the ball going to the cup, and didn't work well there. Tiger Woods, you talk about guys with the game to fire off a comeback, but in all of Tiger Woods' major championships, 9 in all, he's never come back. Largest final round comeback, Cherry Hills, Arnold Palmer, when he took charge there and drove that first green and went on for the victory in 1960, and Johnny, you back in 1973. So it has been done.
Retief Goosen will be on the tee at 3 Eastern Time, and if all goes well, he'll be holding the trophy at about 7. If it turns out that way, it'll likely be said that he won this tournament late yesterday afternoon when, after bogeying 12 and then double bogeying 13, he stood at even par and then proceeded to birdie 3 of the 5 remaining holes to establish his 3-shot lead. Let's check on his pursuers, who include Tiger Woods. He's at the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:30 starting time. From Windermere, Florida, the 2000 and 2002 United States Open champion, Tiger Woods.
There's the fact we mentioned, never come from behind to win a major in the final round. The last time when won the first 2 legs, Tiger back in 2002, when he followed up the Masters victory with a win at Bethpage. Chimes in the background as Tiger begins his quest.
And not going with the 2-iron here.
He has pulled this one toward the left rough. Tried to hit a fade, but it did not fade.
And from Sweden, Peter Hedblom.
A lot of talk about Gore and Brown and how they're here. This man, 35-year-old Peter Hedblom from Sweden. He's got 1 European Tour win. It came 9 years ago, but he's got the round of the championship, a 66, which he turned in on Friday, which turned some heads.
Well, he's got a chance to win a major. He's got to play with Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Good luck.
This is an even bigger hook than Woods.
People don't even know where it is. It's so far left.
So off goes Tiger. Not the way he wanted to start by missing the fairway, but his good friend Annika Sorenstam has captured the first 2 legs of her calendar Grand Slam attempt, so we'll see if Tiger can kind of keep up pace here. It's going to be a long day at the first. Up ahead for par is KJ Choi.
He's got a sneaky little break in this putt. Comes back. He did it. Double breaker.
So Choi remains at +3. 6 behind. 16.
Fred Couples' second shot here at the 492-yard par 4. Hole cut today in the middle right portion of this green, middle front right, I guess you'd call it, just over a false front. A well-played shot from Fred.
There's Goosen in the practice area, practicing those Donald Ross shots, putting this one up.
So nice to have a practice area that mimics what you're going to get on the course. That's just fantastic. He only had 12 putts on the back 9 yesterday, so he's doing everything well, is the bottom line.
Never moves too quickly. He just kind of glides his way around. There's the Sunday final pairing comparison. The 5th ranked player in the world with Jason Gore, 8-18. To 3.
And speaking of those chip shots, Vijay Singh missed the green from about 120 yards. Taking a bump wedge there, Johnny.
Had trouble this hole yesterday, didn't he? That might go over. Nope, it's all right.
He's having trouble with his distance control. Landed the ball just about where he is right now and spun it back.
He hasn't had a birdie in 25 holes, only 5 all week, that's probably some of the putting, but that's not good.
Yeah, even Snoopy could do better than that, couldn't he?
Maybe.
There you see Snoopy 2 up above Pinehurst, bringing us fantastic aerial shots. And there's one of them.
Talking about all the interesting statistical information. From 99, the fairways hit better than 66%, 47% greens in regulation. How have they done this year? Well, better in fairways, or not as good in fairways, but in greens in regulation, they're better. How does that happen?
Well, the one thing, the fairways are running another 15 yards on the tee shot, which makes you miss more fairways, and the rough is about 3 yards more into the fairway, so the fairways are narrower. So, I'm not sure what the reason. The weather is just perfect for one reason. Guys are not having to play in misty, cold weather and whatever, but in the greens, they've kept the greens. The USGA's kept the greens perfectly receptive this year. That's the big thing.
They applied some water on the greens this morning. That's been the practice here, and they've been very consistent. There is Hedblom, one of those guys that has missed a fairway. What does he have left here, Mark?
He has got 175 yards of problems. There is a small opening ahead of him. He's going to have to hit sort of a low draw and chase it up.
Well, that's the kind of lie you can do about anything you want with, Mark. But can he hit a low draw? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think he can.
That's what he's doing. He's playing it back off his right foot. Gonna just do a Chi-Chi turnaround, cross court. If he has it.
This one looks good.
Rifles it up onto the surface. Hedblom, the airline lost Peter Hedblom's clubs when he was coming over. On Sunday, he went out with a wedge and a putter here at Pinehurst. He got from his club manufacturer, so he just chipped and putted. On Monday, said he didn't do anything, and he got his clubs back on Tuesday, and off he went. Fired the round of the championship, and here he is with Tiger.
Tiger's got just 83 yards. Decent lie in the rough.
He's got the face way open, Mark.
Bringing it in very high. Can't believe he carried it that far.
Right away, those great stats by Tiger. Fairways hit and greens in regulation take a hit. And we go to 16.
Which has been the most difficult hole on the golf course through 3 rounds. Playing a little bit easier today, though, Johnny. Guys are driving it down there. They've got fairly short shots into the green.
492-yard par 4, and a lot of guys are what, hitting 8 or 9 irons?
Well, yeah, 7, 8, 9 irons, yeah.
That's
a couple's had no more than about an 8 iron in here. All right, putt that breaks ever so slightly to the right. Good effort.
He's making a little resurgence as of late, isn't he? He's healthy, and he seems to be swinging well. And
yeah, had a real good chance to win just a couple of weeks ago at the Memorial at Nicklaus's tournament there at Muirfield Village. As we go to 3.
And VJ for par now. Saw the ball moving to his left as it went by, and VJ has missed a lot of those putts this week. He goes to +5, back to 1.
Saw Tiger roll off the green and coming back up, Mark.
Well, it's not the kind of third shot you really want to start your day with on a par 4. He's going to putt the ball up a very severe slope and then goes back down toward the hole.
Looks pretty dark green, that grass going up the bank. He obviously must be into the green, Mark. See how viewers, you can see how shiny it is. You know, in this area here, it's shiny, and then it gets real dark on the face of that green. So you got to really watch that, because they'll start hopping on you, huh, Mark?
It will. It's got a significant break to the left also, which is going to be a problem.
You got to do a field goal between the sprinkler heads here.
He's going to go just outside the one on his left. Right between the two.
Just got to get this up and in. Cannot afford a bogey here if you're a Tiger Woods fan.
Didn't get it high enough.
Is that going to
Didn't
roll
get
off?
enough speed either,
That will
Mark.
not end up on the green.
That's coming back.
That's a dark green grass. You just gotta respect when it's that way. You got to err on the long side. So that's sort of a mistake you wouldn't think Tiger Woods would make. He's only had 6 out of 12 up and ins this week. So
Couldn't be much of a worse start, Johnny.
I'll say he's like in shock right now, and it's hard to get him in shock. He's got to hit it hard again, Mark.
He's got to kill this one.
Look at that practice stroke.
And he did.
What a start, Mark. Ooh.
I've never seen 65,000 people be so quiet all at once here.
Tiger picks up a bogey for the second consecutive day, and we send it back to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:40 starting time. from Shreveport, Louisiana, David Toms.
Toms with some pretty steady players, 70, 72, 70, but he still probably thinking a little bit about the way he finished the other day with a bogey, double, and a triple. A double and a triple to end his day. Had it not been for those miscues, he'd be right there, tied.
Headed left and along Tiger's line.
Nobody getting off to a good start here.
I'll tell you,
And from Australia, Mark Hensby.
Haven't seen really anything good happen in quite a while among the leaders.
This man is capable of perhaps winning this title. 15th on the money list last year from Australia, 33 years old. Takes a different kind of approach to these big championships. Says he doesn't really get too riled up.
He's dead last in the field. 83 guys on the weekend, dead last in fairways hit. He's only hit 11 fairways, folks. You can imagine. And he's going to get one there, so he's off to a red-hot start.
Just his third major. And talked to all these guys about playing in the U.S. Open on the final Sunday. He really, really believes that it's just not that big a deal. I mean, he really doesn't. That's at least his mindset. He says he might be a little nervous if he gets down to the stretch there, but Tiger Woods for bogey here. Hedblum missed his birdie try at the same hole.
Goes a little bit to the right.
Okay, bogey 5 for Woods. So now he's 7 behind. Let's go to Bob.
Tim Rosefort joins us, senior writer at Golf World Magazine and co-host of PGA Tour Sunday. We just saw Mark Hensby tee off at the first. What do you got on the Australian?
Interesting story, of course, 5th in this year's Masters, wins the John Deere last year, but the best story about Hensby goes back 11 years ago, 1994. Comes over here, just this little kid from Australia, 5'8", hardly any money in his pocket, staying with some friends in Chicago. They move, so he's got no place to stay. So what does he do? He takes his Ford Scorpio, drives it over to Cog Hill, where Joe Jemsek had given him privileges there at the public facility to hit balls, and let him sleep there in the parking lot. If it was cold, he would start up the car and drive around the parking lot, turn it off, occasionally sleep in the clubhouse and sneak in there, and sometimes sleep in there. So it shows you how bad this kid wanted to make it to get where he is today.
Let's go back to the top of the leaderboard for some items on Retief Goosen. Today is also the day that they observe Father's Day in South Africa. You spoke with his dad on the phone.
8,000 miles away, talked to Theo, a quiet day for him, lunch at the club, afternoon rest. You have to understand something, that this Open for them goes well into the night, and they were up late till 3 o'clock this morning. A lot of anxiousness on the part of Theo, so as calm and as cool as Retief seems, the dad seemed a little bit nervous.
What about the day some 20 years ago when Retief Goosen was literally struck by lightning?
Well, I talked to his dad about that. He still plays the golf course, Petersburg Golf Club, right there in town, walks by that spot on the 7th hole all the time, and is just certainly grateful that he's alive. Also talked to the doctor and his cousin who was with him that day, just touched base with him again this morning, and just brought back to mind some of the vivid memories of that. Clothes charred off him, Retief smelling like sulfur. The clubs, his golf clubs, actually welded together. It's a miracle he's here. And people talk, Bob, about his personality and his flatline personality, if it has anything to do with that. And his father said there was a slight change in his personality, but he was a very quiet and introverted person before.
Olin Brown, still playing it cool.
Very cool, as a matter of fact. Quiet dinner with his family last night. His dad's up here, his wife, his son, and some friends. And a quiet lunch today with Tiger Woods in the locker room. And I said, Olin, why are you so calm and cool? He said, well, this is basically just a bonus. He was 3 minutes away from quitting. And I said, well, what did you learn by not quitting? And basically the message here, the metaphor, it really connects to the U.S. Open. This tournament is all about not quitting. And he never would have lived with himself if he'd walked off that golf course. Didn't go back at Woodmont, obviously, and shoot that 59. And here he is today.
Tim, thanks very much. Tim Rosefort from Golf World Magazine. Let's go back out to 2.
And Tiger on the tee. Looking back, I think probably someone getting ready to play to the first green, so just wants to make sure that doesn't catch a roar in the middle of his swing. So while he waits, we go to 1.
Toms from the rough.
Tough to get the right distance from here. And there it is. You pay the price for these poor tee shots. It's going to go through the green, down the hill with a very awkward diagonal pitch shot into this raised green.
And back over to the second.
Tiger's tee shot. Difficult fairway to hit.
And Gary, the wind has come up a little bit. It's right in the player's face here. This is headed down the right side. Don't think it'll catch the fairway.
Nope, it will stay in the primary cut of rough. Back to the first.
Hensby coming up.
Looking a little left. And it is left. But not bad at all.
From the fairway to the green. Sounds pretty good right now at the first. Sounds pretty good at any hole here at Pinehurst. Retief Goosen and Jason Gore just less than 15 minutes away from the final pairing. This was David Toms' third at the par 4 first while we were away.
Not an easy shot. He's got to ride that ridge there. He had to keep it out right of the hole. And boy, we're just seeing just really disastrous starts there. That's right off the green.
Two of the guys, Johnny, Woods, the top player in the world, and Toms, the 9th ranked player in the world, you know, given the best chances of coming from behind the leaders, and they have just gone off to tough starts. The 4th now for Toms.
Who would have thought that Tiger Woods and Toms would both have putts outside of 5 feet for bogeys on this easy first hole?
Horrific start for Woods and Toms is still not in with a 5.
Well, he's had good starts every day, but not today.
Now, Hensby, and a chance for a birdie start.
I tell you, if Hensby were to win and be dead last in driving, that would be a definite first in the history of the U.S. Open.
And this is almost a first. How about only 5 players, Johnny, have won the U.S. Open in their first attempt? The last 92 years ago, when a guy by the name of Francis Ouimet pulled off the shocker at Brookline in 1913.
Wow. It's not that tough a putt. Moves right. You can give it a whack.
And Hensby, that looked good all the way to the end.
And I think he's got his insides together. That was in. I mean, that ball, he thought he'd knocked it right in the hole.
He told me last night, Johnny, that he was more nervous than Q School. I mean, I think he really is probably one of the more relaxed players out here. As we head back to the tee at the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 2:50 starting time. From New Zealand, Michael Campbell.
Another one of those international players with a shot. Campbell at 36, very streaky player. You see his 1 top 10 finish in 28 career majors at that British Open in '95, where he led by 2 through 3 rounds. Shot a final round 76 to end up a shot out of that Daily Roca playoff. But here he is, back again in a major championship and right in the thick of it.
3 medal, Dottie.
Absolutely, Johnny. Headed up the left side, moving toward the center.
You mean we've seen a golf
shot? A fairway hit at 1.
And from Hobe Sound, Florida, Olin Brown.
2 PGA Tour wins for Olin.
He practices that reverse 8 swing that Corey Pavin made famous.
That only top 20 finish in a major championship coming where he grew up in the D.C. area at Congressional in '97. He's been a part of the top of the leaderboard since the opening round where he shared the lead with Rocco Mediate after that 67. He must like that one.
That's a beauty, Dan.
Dead center in the fairway. He didn't even have to watch it with the driver. Look at him. He's going, hey, I'm off and running.
Crowd giving Olin Brown a send-off to 2.
Tiger Woods second, Mark.
173 yards, not a very good lie.
No chance over that knob, is it, Gary?
No, I don't think so. That's what he's got to try to do right there, and that's not going to stop.
Right in a hole.
Back to the first.
Toms for a bogey. This was just a moment ago.
It went straight for some reason, did not break right, but that is just several unforced errors on one hole.
Tiger with a bogey start, Tom's with a double bogey start.
Right off the first page of the leaderboard is what it is.
Down to +4, 7 behind, just like Tiger is right now. And Tiger's still not on the green there at the second. 105th U.S. Open being brought to you by Arca X, the world's largest fully electronic stock exchange. By Quiznos. Try Quiznos new Angus double steak and cheese sub, now at participating Quiznos. And by Ford, built for the road ahead. Gore just a few minutes away from that moment at the first tee, and you just wonder if your insides are going to be able to handle it all. You can get through this portion of the day, Johnny, but when you walk up to that first tee and you're with a two-time champion and the defending champion, that's just another level of this whole anxious day, isn't it?
Well, I have no idea what he's feeling inside. Most guys have a few butterflies in there. He's got a whole squadron running around, flying around. So it just, if you can get off to a good start, good drive, knock it on the green, maybe make par or birdie, he might just settle right in. If not, if he makes bogey, he might shoot 78 or 9.
Well, earlier he told us that the most nervous he's ever been before this moment happened at a previous USGA championship.
I would probably have to say Walker Cup. I went in on the first, before I teed up. They said now representing the United States of America, Jason Gore, and I don't think I took a breath for about 6 minutes and tried to tee my ball up, and the ball fell off, and it was, but I was 23 years old and trying to be a little calmer now. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll see how many times I have to tee it up tomorrow.
This is an extremely emotional guy. He cried at the national anthem at that Walker Cup. Very sensitive.
He's just a first-class nice guy is what he is. Everybody likes him. He could be a very popular player on the PGA Tour if he can get out there. And he'll get a lot of sponsors exemptions after this week.
Out there on the first fairway, Campbell second.
141 yards, Dan, a little into the breeze.
This one is a good shot right below the hole, so really good start by Campbell.
I'll say perfect drive, and that was going right at the flagstick, but took a very tiny little hop.
Campbell told me last night, it's time for me to take the next step in a major championship. Well, he's just off to a great first step here. Now, Olin Brown, Dottie.
Well, really pumped up after that terrific tee shot. 107 yards.
Very strange practice swing on Dottie.
Strange, but it sure is working this week, Johnny.
It is. He's playing aggressively and quick.
Just like he has all week.
No, it's like he plays every round at home.
How's this sound?
It sounded great. Looks good. Needs to hang on.
There's Pinehurst right there.
Just a little bit right of that hole. Too far.
You got to do your homework out here. You got to know when you look at that flagstick that anything right of the hole is off the green, and you just have to do that. I don't even know if he knew that would do what it did.
Up ahead at the second.
Tiger Woods, awkward little third shot. Ball way back in it. No, he fluffed that. Oh, man. Look at this, Johnny. 2 holes in a row now. Tiger Woods has failed to hit the green with a shot from just off the putting surface. Man, oh, man. Well, we see in the majors, he's led all 9 times that he has won the major championships. When he's been behind after 54 holes, he is 0 for 24.
Yeah, only 15 of his 51 stroke play wins worldwide have come from behind. But this start might be the worst start I have ever seen him involved with in a major championship with a chance to win, Gary.
Well, it's pretty unexplainable.
He's played 2 par 4s, Gary, and it's taken him 4 shots on both of them to get onto the green. If he gets this one on.
Can you believe it, Mark? What's going on?
Cannot. He looked so good on the range.
Well, he calls himself Ranger Rick, but he can't bring it to the course, he says.
well done, but that leaves another putt for a bogey. We go back to 1.
And Olin Brown, after drifting down, he gets tested on this slope for the first time.
He's got that sprinkler head pretty close on the line, huh, Dottie?
Really does. Don't think it's going to be much of a factor. Really not that hard of a shot.
Except for it's super slow.
Except it's Sunday in the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and you don't want to leave yourself that length on the first hole for a par when you're thinking birdie. But Michael Campbell might have played this hole. It would have pleased Ben Hogan, huh, Dottie?
Oh, absolutely. Drove it perfectly.
And earlier we asked what winning this championship would not only mean to Michael Campbell, but what it would mean to New Zealand.
It's a very small country. It's got 4 million people there, I think, or 3.5 million people there. So every time a sports person does well, they go crazy. Absolutely crazy back home, which is understandable. But to join Sir Bob Charles will be a great honour for me. It's always been my goal in this game is to win a major championship. I've won, a lot of tournaments around the world, 15 or 14 tournaments around the world, but this is why we play golf.
Well, what a country he lives in. That is the greatest country besides this one, in my opinion. I mean, I probably shouldn't say that, but I love New Zealand.
He brought up the past heroes of that country, people that have distinguished themselves in the world of athletics or sports. Sir Edmund Hillary climbed Mount Everest, of course, from New Zealand. America's Cup. Bob Charles, whom he talked about. They are extremely proud when their people do well. Very spiritual country. And Campbell, that starts off with a birdie for the second day in a row. He's at even, and he's within 3.
Very impressive, I must say. That was pure.
Tiger Woods, by the way, made a bogey at the second, his second straight, so Woods is +5, a full 8 off the pace.
That shirt has got some Maori influence in it. I'm not sure what the meaning of it is, but Campbell's shirt.
Now Olin Brown tested for this par right off the bat.
Yeah, Dan, this was definitely the length of putt he struggled with in warming up.
Really?
It wasn't the most solid warm-up, but he seemed to get a little bit better as he got to the range.
He pushed that putt, Dottie. Took it back, left the face open.
He certainly did.
So Campbell with a birdie, Brown with a bogey, and we head back to the first tee for the final pairing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final pairing from Valencia, California, Jason Gore. Play away, please.
By far the loudest ovation of anyone to come to the first tee. A deep breath in that familiar lineup with a club. Jason Gore, age 31. The day of his golfing career here in a U.S. Open final group.
Going with a big driver here. Long hitter.
Ball going right down the center of the fairway. This one's hammered, Johnny.
Very impressive right there.
Down the gut for Gore. Oh. Listen to the crowd.
There's about
and from South Africa, the 2001 and 2004 United States Open champion, Retief Goosen.
Looking for that third Open in the last 5 years, Johnny. Only 2 players have captured that many Opens in a shorter time span. Willie Anderson won 3 in a row in 4 and 5 years, and the great Ben Hogan 3 and 4 years. This is select company that Goosen could join if he's able to pull this off today.
It's his championship right now. Aiming down the right side a little, it looks like.
This is a low straight for cutting a little bit to the right.
And Goosen matches Gore. And there they go, the 2-time champ And the no-name nationwide tour, as he called himself the other night, Jason Gore. Well, Gore couldn't wait to get that tee in the ground. He put it in about a minute and a half, Johnny, before his tee time. He was at the practice tee about 2 hours before his tee time, and then he had that thing in the ground. Maybe wanted to make sure he got it in.
Well, the Walker Cup, he couldn't get it in there. I figured in a minute and a half, he ought to be able to pull it off.
Missed the cut in his only other Open back in '98. Had a brief lead there when he holed a wedge shot in his very first U.S. Open hole. We'll see what's in store for the big man in just a moment. Over to Tiger 3.
And Tiger with a driver. Just a moment ago, 336 yards. Needs to carry it about 290 over the front bunker. And just out to the right. If he gets a reasonable lie there in the pine needles, he has a good angle. Back to 5.
Vijay Singh, lengthy birdie putt. Coming off a birdie at number 4. This one will swing hard left at the end. How about it? Oh, Vijay Singh trying to make a little comeback. Gets himself to 3 over par. It's by far the longest putt we've seen him make this entire championship.
Maybe he's going to finally find it late, Gary.
Well,
or is it too late?
Well, you don't know. And Peter Jacobs, yeah, there you go. Vijay says, I finally got one. Peter Jacobson telling us earlier this week, you got to just let him drop into the hole, and that's exactly what Vijay does there.
Because if they go by those holes, Gary, they can be gone in a hurry.
So I'm going to go over at 7.
Garcia for his birdie.
+7.
Coming off 2 bogeys in the last 3. But Garcia gets it back to +6. 9 behind. And back over to 2.
This a moment ago, Mark Hensby's 3rd shot. Very poor second from the middle of the fairway. And that checks up very quickly, so a long putt left to try to save par. Tough putt to read here, Johnny. This is one of those areas where the green looks very flat, but the ball actually wants to just kind of ease toward the back portion of the green.
Those are always the hardest greens to read, I think, the ones that go towards the back, because we're so conditioned to have putts break from the back to the front. But he sort of scooped that chip shot a little right at the bottom, added loft, and what it does is it slides up the face and doesn't compress the ball, and you have no go to it.
All right, just to remain at 1 over par for the championship.
Hit a good putt on number 1.
Well, he hit a good one here too. He just didn't hit it hard enough. At the line. So bogey for Hensby drops him to +2. We go back to the 1st.
And the leader getting ready for his 2nd to this opening hole, Roger.
127 yards left of the hole for Retief. Jason Gore outdrove him by some 20 yards, and that's something you usually see with Retief Goosen.
And he needs to know he can't hit it more than about 3 feet right of the flagstick, huh? Pin high, Roger, otherwise it'll go right off the green.
As you saw that graphic, he's gotten off to good starts this week in the first 4 holes.
What's he got, Roger?
127, John. A wedge went coming back into this face.
A little punch shot.
Yeah, actually, he's got this ball up higher, I think, than he might have wanted to, but it's left of the hole. In the center of the green.
Very intelligent shot, really.
Only 107 left now for Jason Gore, and there's no question from that reception at the first tee who the crowd favorite is here.
What an important shot this is for him.
15, yes, sir.
This is caddy Lewis Pullen, who really decides almost everything for this man. They're a great team.
Gore says he has 100% trust in him.
Did he pull it, Roger?
Yes, he did, John. Well, it's left of the hole. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he cupped it right at impact.
Well, that's better than right of the hole.
Bad though.
A lot better than right of the hole. And they cheer Jason up to the green at the 1st. Can anyone catch the goose? Retief Goosen with that 3-shot lead to play first here, Roger, at this first?
Yes, 25 to 30 feet. We'll be putting uphill. We'll move, I'm going to say, a foot or so to the right. And then, of course, if you give it a good ramp, you get very far past the hole, John, it will race away. So, tough putt to get to the hole here.
Well, 18 more of those, Johnny. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, 18 more.
Or 17 more, I should say.
Well, 17. Well, if you count the little putt, but he did what he's supposed to do the first hole, Roger. Pretty decent drive and pretty decent second and pretty decent third.
Ooh, just got it in there.
What was that, Roger?
Closer than he would have liked, Roger. Kind of just got in. Well, we saw Jason yesterday out there at that first tee. So many different emotions going through. Look at the gyrations that he goes through. He's working on the neck. He's leaning over, wiping off. And just trying to, I guess, busy himself doing anything. Now he's on the course. Now time for it to take over. A little wink.
It's quite a training process here.
Putts around this week, tied for second in that department.
And that's about 15 feet, slightly downhill, and will not move as much to the right as did Retief's. This is a makeable putt here, John.
It sure is. And like so many pros do when you're a little nervous, that toe opens naturally going back, and then you just can't quite square it up at the bottom, huh, Roger?
Sometimes it's tough to release.
Yeah, Retief did the same thing.
So Goosen's lead's going to remain 3 over Gore and Brown and Campbell. Well, Brown at +1, actually. He's dropped a shot on the first hole, but Campbell and Gore the next closest to him as we send it over to Bob Costas.
Hey, what's not to like?
This is such a Rocky-like figure, you know, and he's so tremendously appealing, and you can see we had the shot on the first tee. You heard the applause, clearly louder and, more robust applause than for any other competitor on the first tee.
And it's such a contrast. I mentioned it earlier today to Retief Goosen, and he takes it in stride, but Retief Goosen, unless something changes, is the kind of player who inspires from most of the gallery respect and admiration, but not devotion. And he's playing with this guy from out of nowhere that everybody's getting behind.
Well, I think it's clear, as I said at the top, I think win, lose, or draw, this guy's life is about to be changed forever and only for the better.
Jimmy, thanks very much. Back out we go to 2.
And this while we were away, Jason Gore on the tee at the dogleg right par 4. Now looking at it rather anxiously, and that's why. It will find the primary cut of rough on the right-hand side of the hole. And we'll go over to the 6th.
Long par 3-6 a moment ago. VJ 6-iron. 214 yards. VJ coming off back-to-back birdies, making some noise, is within 6.
Playing a beautiful draw in there. Will it hold, though? Yes, I think so. That was a great shot into that left hole location with the hook wind.
Over to the 2nd.
Olin Brown for a par. A very aggressive first putt from about 20 feet. Oh, boy.
That's quite the start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be nerves, Johnny. Got to be.
That ball could have fallen in.
To the 4th.
This is a par 5, and Tiger Woods, actually, after coming off the par at the 3rd, remaining at +5 here, looking at that one anxiously. And that one's in good shape. So a chance to pick one up for Tiger at the 565-yard hole. And VJ for 3 in a row. Been only 3 birdies on this hole the last 2 days. Yes, Vijay Singh after the bogey at 3, 3 birdies in a row, and all of a sudden The second-ranked player in the world is within 5. Back to the second.
And Jason Gore, it appears, will be first to play, Roger.
He is, Gary, and he's drawn a rather thick lie over here, 194 yards to the hole. Of course, he's a big bear of a man, but I think he'd be hard-pressed to get this ball to the green, unless he can get it jumping out of this lie somehow.
In the whole golf course, Gary, is there a worse place to miss it right with this whole location?
I can't think of any, Johnny, no. And really, now this front bunker that's about 10 or 12 yards short of the green on the right-hand side comes into play if you get a little careless.
It sure is. I really don't think it would be wise for him to try to hit it at the hole. I think he's got to try to run it up on the left-hand side if he can, and then have a long putt. This just kind of squibbed out to the right.
Keep going. Keep going. It's not bad over there, bro.
Well, his caddy telling him that's not bad. I hate to disagree. Jason Gore's going to have a lot of anxiety on this next shot. Goosen next to play. Roger, how about his situation?
176 from the right side of the fairway here. Good lie. Wind coming back into the player's face. Pretty good breeze, as much as I felt really all week. So that might help him hold the ball back there in that back portion of the green.
It's amazing what one little knob will do to a hole, huh, Gary? That knob that's in front of that flagstick, I tell you, it is really, really amazingly in play. And you can hardly see it from here, but it's right there. That knob is a killer knob if you're not able to spin it.
Good swing.
It's the most difficult hole today, guys. 4.6 average, only 3 birdies. The whole field's been through here. 80. I guess it'd be 81 guys that have given
players,
a shot.
That's right. A little indecision here, Roger. He better get committed to what he's trying to do.
What do you think he should do, Roger? Should he just keep it left with a high fade or something?
Yes, I think that would set up well for him, and I think that's certainly the safest shot. And he seems to choose that sort of route frequently.
Is the wind kicking up?
Yes, it is. It's blown as good as it's blown during the championship, I think, right now.
You come out of it?
Hit this ball very high and right. This is going to miss the green right.
Uh-oh. It's not a great position. We'll move ahead to 3.
And Michael Campbell. Dottie, you're right there.
Yeah, Murph. Michael has really gotten off to a nice, solid start.
David Toms just made birdie in front of this group. The wind has kicked up quite a bit, Dottie.
It has. It lays down a little bit now and again, but it's definitely stronger, as Roger mentioned, than we've seen all week. 127 yards. Again, it's gotten off to a really solid start. Fairways, greens, and just the way you want to play an open Sunday.
A lot of consternation here. He must miss this shot to the right. You do not want to go left. Back to 4.
And Tiger at the par 5 just backed off of this shot. All of a sudden, the wind has absolutely stopped. So while we wait there, we go back to 3.
And Michael Campbell's second at the par 4.
Very exposed by this green.
That's Olin Brown's ball up by the hole. Back to 4.
And Tiger Woods now with his second from 251.
Boy, and just as he got ready to hit, the wind came up a little bit. He got plenty on it, though.
That will hold on the back edge there.
It's the only green on the course where you actually can get a good roll. Everything else rolls off, but this one is a normal, standard right to left back to front slope.
Tiger aboard the par 5 and 2. Needs something good to happen. +2 in his early going here. +5 of the championship.
As we move back to the second, and Jason Gore walked all the way up to the hole location. I counted about 45 paces, Roger, to the hole.
Well, this one, Gary, would be very easy to pitch right across the green here. I think what he really needs to get the ball to hold will be altitude. He needs to flop the ball way up in the air. If he gets it to catch the downhill slope over that little knob, then he can shoot it right across the green.
That knob is a killer for him on this line, isn't it? Does he have to hit it about 10 feet left of the hole on the line?
Well, maybe a little bit left of the hole, John, but he's got to hit it straight up in the air and get it to land soft. That's the big issue. Oh, he went right under it.
Roger, do you think the second shot was asking a little much? Looked like he tried to get an awful lot out of it.
Yes, I think he had to. If he was going to try to get it up in the area of the green, he had to keep the ball left.
Well, let's take a look at this last swing. Take a look at his shaft angle there. When he comes down, he see how he collapses that left wrist early and to kick it up high. And when you do that, sometimes it slides right up the face. You get no grip on the ball. There's no compression, and it's like a half a whiff.
Well, unfortunately, because of the slope, he's rolled all the way back down, about still close to 15 yards off the green.
And those horrible words, you're still away. This now an easier shot than the last. Pitch this ball up in the green, probably try to catch a little bit of the upslope of the face coming toward him and have it kill the momentum of the ball some. Which he's done.
Well done.
Really well done.
They'll have a short putt left for bogey. We go to 3.
And Michael Campbell for his birdie putt.
Yeah, part of his game work this week that's been very solid. Tied for 13th in the overall championship statistics in greens, or excuse me, in putting.
Makes pretty good left, doesn't it?
It definitely does.
Especially right in the middle there. And back to 2.
And Goosens third. Uh-oh.
That's got to settle down.
Whoa. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Got an awful lot of time to figure that chip out to not do that, I can tell you that. That's hard to believe, isn't it, Roger?
Well, it is, Johnny. That wasn't that hard a chip. Certainly compared with Jason's, that was a much simpler play, but nerves, I guess, hit it a little stout.
Up to 18.
And Retief's South African countryman, Ernie Els, who we played with in the final group at Shinnecock last year, finishing up. Ernie's par attempt curls in. So a final round 70 for Els. 10 shots better than he turned in at Shinnecock last year in that disappointing Sunday. +9 for Ernie at the 7th. Second shot for Vijay Singh, making the biggest move right now, working on a string of 3 birdies in a row. So maybe after all of that frustration early in the week, maybe Vijay's going to get paid back a little bit here today with some putts falling. And back to the final pairing.
Well, if you saw what Retief is doing right now, he'd get a little even more excited.
Now he's got a putter now from about 10, 12 feet off the green. Through this fringe. Up is a very steep slope. It'll level out over about 6 feet or so and then start to run away slightly. This one's hit awfully hard too.
Uh-oh. Well, first sign of maybe he's human, Johnny.
Tell you what, it's called the U.S. Open right here. It's the most nerve-wracking championship in the world. It'll make you do things you can't believe you're doing.
Well, he's had experience in this final pairing, most times played since Sunday play began back in '65, and Goosen has been in this position. Only Lehman and Stewart and Watson are above him in that department, but struggling right now, and all of a sudden those evens, Gore and Campbell and Singh at +2, Hensby and Brown even at +2 is at a tough start. They're feeling a lot better about their chances if they know what's going on here.
Well, Roger, what's the odds of him having a 12-foot putt for bogey after the tee shot?
Well, if it was any other hole than this one, I wouldn't say, well, or any other course than Pinehurst, I'd say slim and none, but you can get up in an awkward spot here, John. Make a little bit of a miscue, and all of a sudden it seems you can't recover.
You guys been making this, Gary?
Well, not really, Johnny. As we mentioned earlier, it does move toward the back portion of the green, and it is fairly slow. No, see, misread the break, went back to the right. Boy, a double bogey, and all of a sudden Goosen is only 1 under par for the championship.
You remember what happened yesterday, Gary? Goosen had that bogey at 12 and that double at 13. He came right back and birdied 3 of the final 5 holes. So
all of a sudden, Vijay Singh is right in the thick of it.
Gore with a good bogey, if there is such a thing, and there is at Pinehurst, number 2, as we go to 4.
And here's Tiger for eagle.
The players have not been getting this putt to the hole this week. It's a little bit slower than you would think, even though it's downhill.
Big sweeper, huh?
Big hook putt.
That's a good call, Mark, because it was right in the middle of the hole. Look where it ended up.
Well, Tiger came to this hole 8 shots back. If he gets that birdie down, he'll get to +4, and all of a sudden he'll be within 5. So with Goosen coming back, it's made it a lot more interesting. And here is Vijay Singh for his 4th birdie in a row at the 7th. Okay. Singh is going to remain at +2, 3 behind. And over to the 6th. This was a moment ago, Peter Jacobsen for birdie. And Jake, after a tough start where he bogeyed 4 of the first 5 holes, picks up a birdie there to get it back to +7. And over to the 3rd.
And the tee shot of Jason Gore.
Just laying it up with an iron.
Solid strike. This ball cutting down the right, though. It should be okay.
Fairway indeed. Good bogey there on the 2nd hole, if there's such a thing, and there is. Retief Goosen now. Probably a 4-iron or so, Roger.
I would think the fairway narrows down rather dramatically and just under 250 yards, so players want to lay back. Widest portion of the fairway. Ball going down the right-hand side and going a little further right. This should catch a rough, yeah.
Boy, that makes it tough on yourself. Double 2 and stand up there and miss a fairway with an iron. Fairway is only 23 yards wide there. Up to 4.
For Tiger's birdie. So Tiger 4 under on the 2 par 5s this week. He's a +4, 5 behind. Vijay Singh has put a push on. Vijay was 8 back just 4 holes ago. Now he trails by just 3. Out to the 3rd.
And Jason Gore from 129 yards now. Ideally put the ball out to the right. That's an odd lean. Oh my. Ooh, what a mistake. That is just a treacherous pitch. Back to the tee at 5.
Tiger Woods with a 3-wood. Most difficult fairway on the front 9 to hit. Players hitting it just 46% of the time. Asking for the wind to hit it, and it does. Gets a very favorable bounce. The fairway slopes severely from the players right to left. So Woods positioned nicely. We go back to 3.
And Retief Goosen from the right rough.
Looking way right.
116 yards. Sounded a little heavy.
Good shot.
Just short. He probably thought that would bounce too, coming out of the rough like that. Back to 4.
Long eagle try here for Mark Hensby,
who's very much in this championship.
+2, even with a bogey at the second. And that left for a birdie to get it down to +1 within a couple. And back to 3.
And Jason Gore, Roger Mulby, you're there.
Ooh, what a hard little pitch shot this is. Has to pitch across a crown here. He's going to have to land it short on an upslope to kill the momentum of the ball. If he carries it long, it'll go over the green.
Our camera angle shows you how high up it is.
He could have missed it right, missed it short, missed it long. He could have missed the green all kinds of ways. But that, a bad mistake, leaving it short there.
Oh, that second shot, Roger. How can you explain that?
Well, I think he allowed for the wind, John, and it didn't seem to hurt the ball as much as he anticipated. He was fooled by the wind.
Over to 5.
Tiger Woods, second shot.
This is from 187. Ball above his feet in the fairway.
Asking for it to bite. Oh, it's hard. It's going to funnel off the back of the green. Leaves a very awkward chip from there, uphill and then back down as we go back to 3.
And Jason Gore's 4th. Well, probably a lot of deep breaths being taken. These shots, chip shots, up and over. Speaking of over, there's Snoopy 2. Snoopy co-piloting right there, giving us terrific shots of the action over Pinehurst number 2.
Well, the spirit of Charles Schultz is up there with Payne right now, probably looking down.
There's your shot. Retief Goosen now, Roger.
Well, that's from about 35 feet, putting uphill. But it should move a little bit to his left, I would think.
Does indeed, especially right in the middle. Hard to get the ball back to the hole from here because of the fact that about 3 feet past, it can go right on off the green.
What do you think, guys? What's going on down there, Roger?
Well, I think the neck's a little tight right now, don't you, John? I mean, this is a hard golf course. If you get out on the defensive here, it's really a hard place to get it turned around.
Over to 4.
All that's left for Hensby's birdie. And to get within 2, so Hensby gets the one back that he lost at the second. And we go to 8.
And Vijay Singh, just in the wiregrass area there, must not have been impeded. His second at the 8th. 467 yards. So far today, 2 birdies. And back to 3 for Jason's bogey putt. No. Well, what a start. Bogey number 2. Double number 3.
Thing is, everybody's having a rough start here. I mean, you know, Jason's far from like trickling way down the leaderboard here, that's for sure.
Right.
This course is unforgiving. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You have to be precise. And if you are in trouble, I think you have to sort of mitigate it by maybe playing in front of the greens, Roger.
I agree, John. You can't knock it over these greens in almost all cases. There are a couple where you can, but by and large, you will pay the price.
So many times you have to accept the circumstance and gather and go back and play safe. It's hard to imagine, but you do.
It's a big putt here. He's letting an awful lot of guys in the championship that thought they're probably out of it. This is not the same Goosen we've seen for 3 days, guys.
Doesn't appear to be at all.
Well, again, he had that stretch, talked about it earlier, but went bogey double, and now he's going to go double, and then bogey, and then he came back, so we'll see.
I mean, Tiger Woods his eyes are going to be as big as saucers when he sees that on the leaderboard.
So there you see, Michael Campbell is now tied for the lead with Goosen. Hensby one back. VJ making a move. A mere 2 shots back. Olin Brown, as he says, I'm hanging in there. Well, he is. He's only 2 back. Let's go to 5.
Where Tiger has an incredibly difficult play from behind the green. Mark, it goes up and then back down toward the hole.
It does. He is going to putt it. He's backed off a couple of times as the Goosen Gore group walked through. He did see the scoreboard walking up here, so he knows what Goosen did at the second.
This is one of those, if you hit a little too hard, you can knock it right off the green on the other side. Here's the up. Now the over.
I don't know if the wind's going to let it get over the hill.
Too much respect, huh?
Seems like that's kind of been the case all week for Tiger Woods. Has not been very aggressive on the greens. So we go to 4.
And this is Michael Campbell, the co-leader, his 3rd shot to the par 5.
A very long, difficult bunker shot, and had to be careful. It is bad news over the back.
Another long run at a birdie there.
Sounds like a recording, doesn't it, all of us? Bad news over the back. Every hole's like that, isn't it? Just about.
Except for Campbell. A lot of black marks on a lot of the final group's cards. Over at 18, Phil Mickelson for birdie. Remember, he was right in this championship 6 years ago, had a birdie attempt that missed, and then Payne made his par putt to put away the championship. Mickelson did have a streak of finishing in the top 10 in the last 5 major championships, but has slid to a tie for 39th here after that 74. And over to the 8th.
And Vijay Singh, 2 under for the day. This a birdie putt. Up the hill. Very quick. Right in there just a moment ago. It's very quick there. Now you're not going to believe it. VJ, Tiger, Mickelson all talking about having trouble with their speed. We saw it there. VJ's 4th now, back up the hill. Ooh. Very well played. That's when you have to accept the things that happened at this golf course. It's 2 under par, he's charging.
Well, VJ's very first visit to Pinehurst number 2 came back in 1980. Look at him there, 2nd from the right. Little different hairstyle now as opposed to what he had when he was a 17-year-old playing on the World Amateur Team Championship. He shot 84, 80, 80, and 81 here at number 2 as Fiji finished 31st out of 39 teams, 123 strokes behind the U.S. champions.
Over to 5.
Tiger Woods, 4 par.
Gary, it's down the hill, but it's back into the wind, so it's not going to have the pace it otherwise would.
This is an important putt for him.
There we go. That one had some speed on it. It's more like it. Tiger Woods, a good par at the most difficult hole on the course.
Might be time for a little scoreboard watching here.
Yeah, I'm sure. So we'll go back to 4.
And Michael Campbell, lengthy birdie try here, and the outright lead.
Very slow putt. He hit it very nicely. It was right at tracking, but it just slowed down like molasses.
Tap in for par. Campbell remains 1 under in his round. All pars on that opening birdie. There is the story. Retief Goosen is back to even, +3 in his round, tied with Campbell. Plenty in the chase. Back here at this U.S. Open Championship as we continue our coverage here on NBC. Tiger Woods with a nice save for par at the 5th. 4 off the pace here at the par 3-6, 214 yards.
Tough hole location with the winds correct. Throw it out to the middle of the green, it'll start drifting left. It's doable. VJ did it.
Will it stay?
I think so. That's a birdie putt. That's a decent opportunity. Is it going to stop? It is stopped, isn't it? You notice the players, boy, they don't turn their back on those balls too much.
Over at the par 5 4th. Retief Goosen, who has birdied this hole every single round, coming off a double and a bogey, Raj.
267 yards to the hole. The wind pretty brisk now back in the player's face. Plays uphill substantially. Gore has already missed the green short right. I believe it's caught the greenside bunker. Short right.
This is a very important birdie for him. If he makes 5 here and then he's got to head over to the next hole, which is a bogey hole, he could be reeling. Is that going a little left, or is it all right?
Oh, this is all right. This is at the center of the green if it's up.
Well, he acted like there was something haywire, but it's a heck of a good shot.
You never know what quite to expect out of the shot because you're not going to get a lot of clues by Goosen. He doesn't change his expression much. Over to 8.
And VJ for a bogey now. Putting for a bogey. Making double bogey on the green in 2. Boy, how many deep breaths can you take in a day? Had it 2 under par going along. Not out of the tournament, though. That's what you have to tell yourself. Back to 5.
Mark Hensby's 3rd shot. Gotta be careful here. Too much speed by the hole. This can go right off the green. Easy. Okay.
What would they have shot this week, Gary, if the greens were hard?
Yeah, I don't know. Hard to guess.
Maybe Mickelson was right. It would have been about 10 over par. But USGA has watered the greens sufficiently that a good shot will bite. And so it's all about hitting good shots.
Well, a big couple of weeks here for the USGA and NBC. We've got the U.S. Women's Open back-to-back this week as we head to Cherry Hills. And you know the story about Annika Sorenstam going for 3 in a row. Coverage beginning next Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. You've got Michelle Wie in the field, who's been out there since, I believe, last Thursday.
And how about Paula Creamer?
Out to 15.
Well, that's the familiar side of Davis Love, and he has gotten it to 5 over par for the championship. He's just made another birdie at 14. He's made 3 birdies and the rest pars ever since a bogey on the 2nd. So, you know, I guess stranger things could happen, but if he could somehow manage a couple of birdies coming in.
I don't have a clue what's going to happen today, Gary. I just given up.
Hard to tell. All right, one thing at a time. Needs to get that close.
2 under par for the day, huh, Gary?
Yeah. Excellent play. As I mentioned, too, earlier in the championship, he was at 11 over par. So he has played 6 under par golf since then.
Well, opening around 77 and then a couple more 70s. Davis is playing the best after the first day.
That is Jason Gore's ball at the par 5 fourth, Roger.
Well, it's come to rest up near the lip on this very, very steep upslope. He's going to have to hit it straight up in the air. It's hard to imagine he could get the ball all the way back to the hole from here. And if he does and catches it a little thin, he can hit it about 2 counties over.
Bad break, huh?
Yeah, it is. This is a tough spot. Well, this could be really, really good. That is a really, really good shot from him.
Gonna have a chance at birdie after a bogey and a double. Gore dusts himself off. And over to 5.
Tough par putt for Mark Hensby. This ball will really dart to the right, Johnny, if it's not struck firmly. Just to remain 1 off the lead.
I know he's a good putter. I've talked to guys about him. A lot of people don't know who this guy is, but in the last year and a half, he's made $3.3 million just on the U.S. tour.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good stroke. So Hensby will drop one at 5. Earlier I said the most difficult hole in the course actually has played as the second most difficult through the first 3 rounds. A lot of guys making 5s at the 5th. That's Hensby to 2 off the lead.
I can't remember a course, Gary, that's playing so fairly, just really knocking people's socks off, and this course is doing it to them.
Tiger took a couple of punches on the first 2 holes, started bogey, then he birdied the 4th, and now has a chance for his second in the last 3 holes, Mark.
Well, this one is up the hill for about 2/3 of the putt, then slightly down. It's going to turn a little left.
He says that's all he's had this week, up and over and down.
Just to get within 3.
Good-looking putt halfway, wasn't it, Mark?
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
Over at the 4th, Goosen has reached this par 5 and 2 for eagle.
Swings to the left. Well, he's left himself at least 7 feet. So he's just sort of shaking his head. Nothing's going right for him right now.
15.
Davis Love for par, but it looks like it wants to move left, but won't move much. So just like that, Davis Love drops a shot. He's back to 6 over par now for the championship. We go back to the 4th.
And Jason Gore with a birdie try.
Well, this is a downhiller. It's going to move to his left all the way. Pretty substantially, too.
Hit it right where he was aiming it, Roger. He couldn't hit it any better.
Up ahead to the 5th.
Michael Campbell's second shot at the long par 4.
Now, Gary, he's trying to just advance the ball. Horrible lie.
Oh, Booth. All right. Got it back out the fairway in front of the green, so chance from there.
Well, it's a lot better than that bunker out here.
Yeah, that bunker would have been really bad. I like what Ross said, though. There's no such thing as an ill-placed bunker, right? It's the player's job to avoid them as we go to 4.
And Goosen looking for a birdie here. He's birdied again every day. Raj?
Well, this is about 6-7 feet, as Johnny said. It will move to his left, and rather sharply as it loses speed, I believe. Got to hit this putt firmly, John.
A very, very important putt for him.
just snapped across the cup when it lost pace.
I mean, he's doing stuff that I didn't know he could do under pressure, Roger.
It's not what we've come to expect, is it?
I'll say. I mean, I'm sort of in shock personally. I mean, he just let this championship go to who knows who.
Yeah, if you're in shock, how do you think he's doing?
Here's a guy that needed just 11 putts in the final round at Shinnecock last year. Already has 9 putts in 4 holes today. It's just a different kind of Sunday so far for Goosen. Now for his par. Gore is in. Stops the backpedaling there, so he remains at +3, 3 behind as we go to 9.
And on the tee is Peter Jacobsen in the group in front. Vijay Singh missed his putt for par, so just like that, he's gone double bogey. And of course, it was here yesterday that Jacobsen had the hole-in-one. They got to be looking a little left of this hole location. Play the ball into the center of the green. Oh, let's stay up. A little bit of a false front there. Okay.
Gary, there are sideboards here, right?
Yes, absolutely. If you're a little farther left than that and a little long, it'll funnel it right back toward the hole.
Tiger's got the big driver out here at this 404-yard par 4.
This is the shot, Dan, he was working on the range. He's going to try and hit a little bit of a fade. It's a very small target up there, teeing off on the far left side of the tee.
This will be all he's got.
That was loud.
Over the trees. Took the shortcut and just ends up on the shortcut over there.
That was very impressive. I gotta admit, that was fun to watch.
I don't think he knows where it ended up, Johnny.
It's in a great spot with the back right hole location. He's got a great chance for birdie.
Tee at 5.
Retief Goosen with a driver. Mentioned this is the most difficult fairway on the front 9 to hit. Players drive over a ridge and can't see the fairway. He's pointing left.
Low and left, a pull hook there.
Swung much harder on that one, Gary.
Well, he was saying the other day, Friday, when he was fighting his swing a little bit, it was getting quick. That one certainly looked fast.
I mean, he is rocking right now. Rocking and reeling.
Holes 5 through 7 this week. You see, Goosen has played those in +3. All right, Jason Gore next.
Big shot, dude. Is it going right?
This going down the right side. This, I don't know if this is going to hang on and catch the fairway or not.
No, and we'll find the primary cut of rough as well, Roger. So both players have missed the fairway at the 5th. And a moment ago, up ahead of these guys, Michael Campbell's 3rd here at the par 4. Well, that sounded pretty crisp, Johnny. That should have some spin. There we go.
Well, I'll say.
Beautifully done.
Tell you what, at the rate he's going, he might be named after this week's Sir Michael Campbell.
It is getting interesting. Michael Campbell with a tough little putt left for par at the 5th. Retief Goosen has hit a poor tee shot there. Well, it's the final round of the 105th U.S. Open, and a lot happening. Stay with us.
Time-lapse photography shows you some clouds have been rolling into the Pinehurst area the last hour or so. I understand there's some weather about 20 miles or so away from us. Weather warnings have been posted here, and the fans have been slowly filing out of the stands next to the 18th behind us. More than 20,000 in those grandstands. Not a fun thing to do, have to come out of your seat there and make your way out, but the signs have been posted. Hopefully it won't cause a suspension of play here, but a weather warning has been issued just in case. And you may have noticed as we went to commercial, Mediate was posted at 4 over, and that's how he got there with that birdie at the 10th. So Mediate who was tied for the first round lead with Olin Brown and then has just faded a bit the last couple of days, is within 4. And now Tiger Woods at the 7th, his second, after that booming drive, Mark.
It was a little bit of an awkward lie, Dan, downhill lie. But this is an excellent shot. Going to come up about 10 feet short.
And Woods will have another try at birdie to try to get it within 3. And back to the 5th.
And just a moment ago, Michael Campbell for a great up and down par. Yes, just hangs on. So Campbell remains at even par, and here's how good that one was.
That second shot was awesome. Hit it over that bunker by about 2 feet.
All right, now live. Roger, what's the situation with Goosen?
Well, not a particularly good line in the rough, but it is dry, the grass here. 172 the hole, got a tree in front of him that he's going to have to hoist it above or try to play around, which will be difficult. Well, I don't know if this ball is going to get out. That just got across that bunker well short of the green. I want to tell you what, that's about as good as he could have hoped for there, Gary.
Well, about 10 yards short of the putting surface. And now Jason Gore from the right rough.
Just drew a horrible lie. This ball is sitting well down. You can just only see the ball from directly on top of it. That's from 169 now.
This will have some impact at the bottom. Watch this gear up smash.
He got it to jump out of there. Should take some big hops.
Oh, that's going to turn out fine. In fact, that's going to move right toward the hole. What a shot from Jason Gore. Might be just the kind of thing to get him turned around, Johnny.
Yep, something good happened to our man.
Campbell coming off the great save at 5. All par since that opening birdie. Tough hole here, par 3, 6th.
And Dan, he's chosen 6-iron. Must favor the center of the green. Let the wind bring it in from the right to the left.
Will it stay? Tiger was up in that area, and it stayed. Campbell looking at it. Stay there, ball.
Tell you what, I'd sprint down there and mark it real quick. That was close to rolling back off, and that's a deep hole in front of that green, about 5 feet below the green surface.
Back over to 7. Tiger with birdie look here.
Very makeable. Not much break to it, about 10 feet.
And he's got this one. Tiger, second birdie in the last 4 holes, and he is within 3. Again, he's never come back to win a major championship. He began the day 6 back. At one point was 8 back today.
I bet you could hear that roar all the way to the town of Pinehurst.
And all the way down, all the way out to California, where his father Earl is watching on this Father's Day. Tiger's been keeping in contact with him every night with a phone call. Earl hasn't been in the best of health, but Tiger says this week he's been doing a little bit better. There's nothing that he would like better than to send a U.S. Open championship back home to Earl, California, to 5.
Goosen's third. Got to pitch it into the false front. Okay, but certainly leaves a difficult putt for par. Ed 8.
And the tee shot of Tiger Woods.
Really important, Murph, to get the ball in the fairway here.
So very true.
He'll try and play his little fade. And this one is a beauty here.
467 yards. Oh,
wow.
It caught the rough.
How that ball doesn't kick left, I have no idea.
Certainly should. There's quite a bit of slope there. Over to 9.
Well, with so much going on, this was a few moments ago. Peter Jacobsen, after we saw the tee shot in there, Nice true putt, and Peter Jacobsen, the 51-year-old, gets to 6 over par for the championship.
Think he's having any fun?
I know he is. You know, he's got a great attitude about it. He said, I want to bring the fans inside the ropes. And he certainly does a great job of that. As we move back to the 5th, and Jason Gore with Roger, an important putt, I'm sure, for his confidence and also to move up that leaderboard.
No question, kind of a mixed bag for him this hole. Double bogey at the first round. Birdied it yesterday, however. This one downhill and move a little bit to his left.
Yes. Well, he was leading the field and puts on greens in regulation through 3 rounds, so we know he can make some birdies. That moves him to 2 over par for the championship.
There's that little wink.
Yeah.
th U.S. Open being brought to you by IBM Business Consulting of a different order. Also by TaylorMade, the #1 driver in golf. And by Wachovia Securities. We start with your life and plan your money around it.
All right, Goosen with a putt on very much the same line, Roger?
Yeah, very much the same line. Just maybe just right edge or just off the right edge, something like that, depending on the speed he likes to hit it.
Is to remain the co-leader with Michael Campbell. It's left. Well, it's been a long time since Retief Goosen's name has not been on the top of the leaderboard in the 105th U.S. Open, but that is the case right now. And we quickly go to 6.
And Michael Campbell, there he is by himself, the leader, and a chance to even increase the lead here.
Yeah, putting back up the hill, Dan. It's actually a putt he can be half aggressive with.
Michael Campbell's father watching back in New Zealand in the wee hours once again. It was a dream of Campbell's to be an all-black nation's rugby team there. He played rugby, baseball as a kid before taking up the game of golf and playing it on a 9-hole course where he grew up in New Zealand. And he talked about how special it was when Bob Charles won that major championship for New Zealand, that British Open back in the early 60s. And there it is, that one major for New Zealand at the bottom there, and the United States just dominating in the major department. And in this Open Championship, that was a par putt for Brown, and so Olin is just going the wrong way. He's got 5 bogeys in the first 6 holes. He's dropped to +5, while Campbell has done a lot better.
Tell you what, Michael Campbell, if he would have asked himself after 6 holes, 1 under par for the day, if he would be leading, and say there's not a chance in the world that that could happen, and he is leading now. He makes this.
He's got the all-black pants on with a pinstripe look. Safely in. So he's ripping off a string of pars here, 5 in a row after that opening birdie. And it's Campbell by 1 in the final round of this U.S. Open as they begin to play the latter stages of this front 9.
And Woods just a few behind. I mean, only 3 back, Tiger Woods now, going for the second leg of the Grand Slam.
And back on the tee is Jason Gore, coming off a birdie at the 5th. And look at his card. He had that bogey at the 2nd, the double bogey at the 3rd, but he comes right back with a birdie at the 5th, and that is the wristband he's been wearing. Never give up. And in this state of North Carolina, those were the words that the late Jim Valvano said before he died of cancer. Never give up. Don't ever give up. And Gore has lived by that motto this week.
I'll tell you, that 5th hole, he made a 3. He picked up at least a shot and a half of what he probably would have made there if he had to play it 100 times.
This is 6-iron, wind helping, temperature dropping some now.
Storm might be close, Raj. Is the wind still going down to the left?
This ball just right of the hole, very, very high.
And it has settled and it's going to stay.
That was a nice shot, huh, Roger?
Oh, beautiful. Got to land so softly.
Up ahead of the 8th.
And Tiger's second from 139 yards deep in that rough. You can see, boy, he went straight down on it, and the club just about stopped at the bottom. It's going to come onto the green. That the same area from which Vijay Singh putted it off the green, as you remember. Back to 6.
And Goosen never shot higher than 73 after the cut in his U.S. Open career, already +4.
6-iron as well. This ball hit very high. The center of the green, drawing back slightly, just a little right of the hole. I don't know if that's on far enough to stay.
There's a deep hole there, folks. That goes down, like I said, probably 6 feet underneath the hole.
Goosen reeling with a double, and then the bogey, and then the bogey he just made. Gore just birdied the 5th. He's within 2 of the leader Campbell. Final round of the U.S. Open at Pinehurst. Right now we head out to the 6th, where Goosen is faced with his second up the hill to the par 3, Raj.
Well, this is a very, very tough place to come to rest here. The ball is down in a low area. He's got to pitch the ball, or actually he's going to use the putter, which I think is the safer play because it'd be a very dangerous pitch. He would have to pitch it into the face of a slope and try to get the ball to check up. But, this is a tough one to get close to the hole. I mean, this is the safe play, John, but not an easy one to get near the cup.
I don't know how you can hit it hard enough to get it there. That's what that face is, what, 5 feet or something?
Yeah, it's a very, very steep slope.
And then to the hole's another foot or 2, right? He's got, what, 6 feet to the hole, 7 feet rise?
Pretty close to that. I'd say about 6 feet.
You have just got to hammer this to get there.
You're right. It's not going to get there. Not even close.
You just have to kill that to hit into that face.
Over to 7 for the second for the leader Campbell. Dottie?
Yeah, Dan, 152 yards. Just a little bit of breeze at his back. Cannot miss right.
Well, he hit that hard, Dottie.
He hit it very hard.
That should have a lot of spin, you'd think, but...
He's just played beautifully all day.
Earlier on this hole, this was Hensby in the group ahead for a par to remain at +2. So Hensby with 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes, down to +3, but certainly not out of it, to 8.
And Tiger's birdie putt. He's gotten very aggressive now. That big tee shot, remember Vijay putted it right off the green. Tiger must have gotten a note from someone. Lifted about 3 feet short. Let's go over to number 12. Just a moment ago, Rocco Mediate for par. Drove it in the rough, had to lay out. Boom. Boy, Rocco remains 4 over. Back to 6.
And Gore for birdie.
Pretty good looking birdie, too. Putt with a little bit left all the way. Uphill slightly.
Tough to get it to the hole, Raj.
Oh, good looking putt by Gore. It's going to remain at +2. And Goosen still not in for par. Back to 8.
Just earlier, for par. Good speed there. That's what Tiger has said he's been lacking. Now live at 9.
And Tiger and Steve discussing the wind direction, Mark.
It is confusing. There's no doubt about it right now.
Johnny, as you mentioned, sideboards there, about 20 feet left of the hole. That's really where you want to play it.
This is an exposed area, so the wind has more of a chance to Ventura through there and pick up speed.
It is so confusing right now. The flag is actually blowing in the opposite direction, I believe, of where the wind is up at the tee.
See, the Tiger has not made a birdie on par 3 all week. He has played those holes in +3.
This is right at it.
Yeah, but it's short. It's short. That's going to come all the way back down.
And way down, right?
Yeah.
The bottom just absolutely fell out of that one, so you know he misjudged the wind there.
Well, I just don't understand why you're shooting right at it, Johnny. Don't have to. You can hit it 15 feet from the hole by playing left there. So we go back to 6.
And Goosen for his par. We saw the break by Gore just outside right.
And another drop shot. There are not many people in the golf world that thought this was going to happen, Johnny.
This is almost a historic collapse right here, in case you didn't figure it out already. Started at 3 under par and already 2 over.
+5 through the first 6 holes. A lot of people thought he was going to run away with it. Now he's just trying to hang on in touch.
Well, Johnny and Dan, I remember, what was it, a few years ago when Tiger ended up winning at the Masters. Retief started the final round tied with him and had a very tough start and a tough day. Kind of made it a cakewalk for Tiger. So it has happened before, but it is rare.
Well, it was his championship, though. You know, it wasn't like Tiger was nearby. You know, it wasn't like scary guys were next to him. You know, I mean, he was in a pretty nice spot.
Here's Michael Campbell now, the leader by a couple now.
Dan, he's just picked this golf course apart shot by shot by shot. Literally has missed 1 shot and was able to save par.
Began the day a full 4 shots behind Goosen. When you're 1 under and Goosen's +5, things turn around. Chance to add to it here.
So you got, Dottie, what's the break?
Not a whole lot. It should go just a smidgen to the right starting out, and then not a whole lot from there.
Good-looking putt.
Man, that was a good-looking putt, Dottie.
Yeah, he seems completely unaffected by where he's at right now. Total control.
He told me last night, Donnie, we mentioned that British Open where he led by a couple after 54 holes. He said, I was in that final round. I shot that 76. I just didn't know how to handle it. I got way too ahead of myself. I started thinking about things, what might happen. He says I'm a much different player. Of course, that was 10 years ago. He's now in his mid-30s at 36 years old. As we said earlier, he says, my goal is to win a major. It's time I stepped up and got it done. He's getting the job done now. Over to 13.
And Rocco Mediate's second here at the short par 4, 378 yards, a little punch. Remember, the green sits up above the players. Rocco obviously had that ball down in the rough. That's an excellent play. I've seen a lot of balls over the green here.
Pretty wily veteran shot there, huh?
Back to 9.
Tiger Woods playing his second mark.
Very lofted club. Took it well up onto the green. Pretty good.
Stopped it very quickly. Leaves it under the hole, so a makeable putt for par from there.
Next Saturday, it's Wimbledon here on NBC Sports. Andy Roddick and that rocket serve. He got into that final with Federer last year. Came up short, but he'll be back along with the top players in the world as we begin our coverage next Saturday at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific on NBC. To the tee at 8.
And Michael Campbell the 467-yard par 4. Ideally, the players driving the ball down the right side because the fairway slopes so hard to the left.
This should be a little bit easier, Murph. The wind is out of the left. And that's headed left.
Oh. I don't know if that was unfortunate or not because it bounces back in the heavy rough. He could have had a much better lie over there where the people have been walking, but
doesn't have to deal with the trees, which is
yeah,
good, Murph.
Yeah. Here's a look as it bounces into the gallery and catches someone and pitches back towards the golf course.
Let's say that was a good break.
It was quite a way. Mark Hensby now for a birdie, about as close as anyone has hit it all day. He's +3. Oh, right over the edge. He thought he made it.
It's 3 in a row he's missed, huh?
He's a good player. Back to 7.
And Jason Gore, what's he got, Raj?
173 left the hole. Little unlucky, got a hop left, just got into the intermediate cut of rough, and the ball has settled down just slightly.
The island was at the edge of that tree. You can follow that ground. You can go with this current wind.
I would think he'd have to be very unsure about being able to spin this ball, hole cut back right. He's got to be looking left of the hole at the center of the green.
There's your answer.
Doesn't roll too far off there. This is one of the better greens to go over, huh, Roger?
Yes. From there, he'll be pitching back uphill or putting with whatever he likes to do.
To 9.
Tiger for par. Putt that moves ever so slightly to the right. Oh. Can't believe it. Drops a shot. Back to 4 over. We go back to 7.
Goossen's approach now.
73. Again, tough angle here. Very tough angle to get the ball near this hole.
He's due for a good shot, Roger.
He needs a good shot, that's for sure. This ball left of the hole. He wants it to get down.
So there's Gore and Goossen right there behind that green. At the 7th. Head down now. Goossen all week long. He's been kind of heading the head up, charging ahead. 13.
Rocco Mediate having a long look at why that one didn't curl it a little left. Let's go back to 12 and Tim Clark for a birdie here. Johnny Miller, your pick?
Actually, a guy I picked, he said, what do you think is a good dark horse pick? And I said, you know, little Tim Clark. That guy can play golf and putt. And now he's just birdied to go +4. He's right in the championship. If he finishes strongly and posts a number, who the heck knows at this point?
Only the 3rd birdie all day on 12 to give you some idea of the difficulty there.
Moment ago, Davis Love finishing up for birdie at 18 here. Love with a good score today, 69.
I'll tell you what, that was a great comeback by Love.
And there's the leader in the clubhouse at +6. Tiger off the tee at the par 5 10th at +4.
He wants to get it in the trees, so he's in the pine straw.
Get right.
It did.
Well, it's sitting up a little bit. He could get a jumper from there. I don't know. It's a good angle with his dogleg left second shot. 8.
Yes, that's good.
And Michael Campbell, Dottie.
Well, Murph, you're right. He got a great break. He actually bounced this ball off a lady's head. And it's really not that bad of a lie. I believe he can do something with this.
Need to land right in the front, bounce on. Little trickle to the right. Needs to slow down.
Is that going to stay on? It did.
I think it did.
That's pretty good stuff there, Dottie.
That's really good stuff, Johnny.
A break just when you need it. Well, Snoopy 2 is up there helping us out with the aerial shots. And as long as that blimp is around, we can be reasonably assured the weather's all right. Let's go to 7.
And Goosen from off the green is third, Raj.
Well, once again, electing to pitch the ball with the sand wedge. He has to pitch it about 20 feet in the air, and then it's going to be influenced to the right by a slope coming off the back of the green.
That was nicely done. Look at the card of Goosen. If you just joined us, Goosen began the day with a 3-shot lead over Jason Gore and Olin Brown, and then got off to that start. Double, then a bogey, then 2 more bogeys, plus 5 in the first 6 holes. He still has a par putt left here at 7. A man that has already won this championship twice and just seemed to be in that inflappable rhythm again heading into this Sunday until it all started to come unravel. Now Gore. Gore, the 818th ranked player in the world in the final group here, holding his own, 2 back to 15.
Sergio Garcia on the tee. He's at plus 5, even par in his final round. He could somehow sneak a birdie or two in. Who knows? Hole location here today, though, at 15. That will not stay. That will not stay.
A nice shot too, Gary. Just missed out by a couple feet. Huh?
It wasn't much. 3 or 4 feet farther, it'd been all right. But, how often we see that here at Pinehurst number 2. To the 9th. This is Hensby's 3rd shot, if you can believe it. Johnny actually came up short of the front left bunker, and from the rough knocked it into the back bunker. So that's going to be a bogey 4 for him.
Nice shot there, though.
That was a good shot, but that's going to move him to plus 4.
Nothing's going right for him the last hour.
So we go back to 7.
A couple of par putts here left for Gore and Goosen. Gore to play first, Raj.
This putt will move to his left a little bit. I think it's going to have everything to do. How he puts these putts from here to the finish is how he's going to do. This is kind of make these on Sunday, don't you, Johnny?
I'll say.
Impressive. You know, when he had his car ransacked before this championship week, when they stole his radio and his luggage and his wife's clothes, his clubs were in his caddy's car, so at least those were spared, and those are the most important things he needed in this championship, and he's been using them very well. Well, there's Tim Clark at 13.
His 2nd shot now.
Definite birdie opportunity from the fairway, Murph.
Absolutely. The difficulty has been incredible. That's well done. Spun that nicely from the fairway. That left for birdie. Back to 7.
And this left for par.
Hasn't made a putt all day.
Goosen and Gore, par the 7th. They remain tied for 2nd at plus 2.
You know, Retief actually still in a great spot. When you look at the guys that are around him, guys like Michael Campbell, Gore, and, you know, he's in a good spot. You know, it's funny
despite being plus 5, but he is.
Yeah, he is in a good spot.
So Goosen and Gore over at the 8th, getting ready to play there and up ahead.
Michael Campbell over at 8. Dottie, you're there.
Yeah, Murph, and it is a little bit uphill. Beginning of this putt should swing it from right to left.
Same area from which Vijay Singh putted it off the green, Dottie, earlier.
He does have to be respectful of that runoff out the back. Anything basically past where his caddy's standing is gone.
Up and over the ridge.
That's awful firm, isn't it? Or is it all right?
It's all right.
It slowed down pretty fast.
Back to 10.
Tiger at the par 5. This his second, Mark.
He had a beautiful lie in the rough, Dan. 264 yards, but it's headed toward the right bunker.
There's a lot of green there, as you can see with that hole on the left side.
An amazing 605-yard hole. You hitting an iron onto the green. That would have gotten there.
Michael Campbell with the lead by 2 over Goosen and Gore. Who's going to survive Pinehurst number 2 and win the 105th U.S. Open?
Welcome back, but while we were away, Michael Campbell for par. That's farther past the hole than where he was. Johnny, these little putts are just knee knockers.
Well, they're so precious at this point. You know, he's been sort of just fallen on a good fortune here. He's having a good round, of course, but I mean, he had no idea Goosen was going to do what he was going to do, and here he is with a 2-shot lead. And I mean, every one of those putts you just got to just cherish. You know, I mean, he's in a great spot now. He's got to do it again, like you say. I think it's farther than he started with. He just pushed the last one, trying to jam it in there.
This certainly is an easier putt than the first one. Straight up the hill now. So that's a bogey. And just like you say, Johnny boy, when you have an opportunity to have a 3-footer for par, oh, you don't want to miss them. And back at 13 now, Tim Clark for birdie. Guys are reading too much break on this putt. Every time it just doesn't.
Went left at the hole, huh?
Yeah, it just stays there actually.
Up at 15, Sergio Garcia for par. No, that was pulled. Remember the tee shot short, left the approach from down below the green with a putter short. Garcia will have this for bogey. Johnny, all these guys right around that +5 mark. Seems like every time we talk about if they could just get to the house, they can't do it.
Oh, the course is tough. I think it's almost wearing you out. After 4 days of this stuff, I think a lot of people's nerves are just toast.
So Campbell with the 1-shot lead over Goosen and Gore. And we're going to the tee at the 9th. Michael Campbell will be next to play.
Well, Gary, he's just watching one Brown's ball balloon come up short. This is a 7-iron.
Dottie, this has been a hard green to hit today. Just 40% of the players hitting it in regulation. In fact, the 3rd most difficult green to hit on the golf course.
Not surprising. The wind is definitely swirling in this corner.
You can play half a club long left.
Yeah, that is the... Uh-oh.
This is headed right.
Oh, not good. Really not good. Ahead to 10.
Par 5, 3rd for Tiger.
Beautiful lie in the bunker, Dan.
Oh, and it checked up just near the hole.
In the jar.
Took a little peek there, Mark.
Well, it's an important birdie, I think, for Tiger to get coming off that bogey at 9.
He could get within 2 with Campbell coming back to the +1 mark. Again, Tiger was as many behind as 8 today.
Pretty amazing, a 604-yard hole, and Tiger, I believe, hit a driver and a 4-iron. Would have been hole high.
Tiger Woods +1 today in his round is just 3 shots behind. over to 8.
And Gore taking some time here, Roger.
Bill Gore has 147 yards left. Brutal lie.
Perfect. Okay, that's perfect. It should kick left for you and stop the center of the green.
It's going to take a player with his strength to be able to muscle this ball up onto the green. Retief Goosen has already hit a flyer over this green, so he's in real bad shape.
You can make a mistake short, not over.
Oh, that's going to catch that bunker well short of the green. That's no good either. That was a terrible lie.
That hard golf course yesterday just got way harder.
Well, let's take a look at this swing right here. He's got it back in his stance. The ball's above his feet. Not much hip action here. It comes over the top and sort of turns the club down a little bit early, but that grass got him. Look at the follow through. A lot of power put into that shot, but should have probably put it farther back in his stance with that hook lie and played up sort of out to the right with a draw.
That's Rocco Mediate off the tee at 15. 204 yards. They asking for it to go. Well, catches that false front and trickles back. Very familiar position. That we've seen a lot of balls there at 15 as we go back to the 10th.
Rhodes with a big birdie putt with Campbell missing the green at 9. I mean, he could be one back, Johnny, if this happens to land in.
It's just a crazy day. Guys are making magnificent charges being even par for the day. That's how bad the play is.
Tiger's got it in a really good spot here. Not only is it not a long putt, but he got a chance to see the ball go by the hole. So he knows the break. There's not much.
With another birdie. And he might be within one in just a couple of moments. For the moment, he's just 2 behind. 3rd birdie in the first 10 holes. He's back to even today. To 9.
Michael Campbell with his 2nd using the fairway metal. Just run it up the slope. Oh, well done. Really well done.
This is one wacky championship right now, Johnny. You get the feeling that there is a train wreck just around the bend for everybody out there right now. It's about a 20-player pile-up out there. There's a lot of carnage out there at number 2 right now.
Well, you know, the U.S. Open makes guys really nervous. Especially even Thursday they're nervous. But by Sunday, usually everybody's nervous and 1 or 2 guys are able to handle it. What we're seeing right now, and I made the comment, course is playing hard, by the way, but not much wind, the greens are holding, and we're seeing charges by guys that are even par. Michael Campbell's even for the day, Tiger's even for the day, and that's what we call a charge today. But little Tim Clark is, I think, is 1 under par for the day, but not many guys are putting on much of a show, and it's just one of those things that nobody's really playing that well, and there's a lot of tough holes to go, and Goosen is one of those. This is a sort of a colossal collapse, what we're seeing. You know, it really is, but he's still got a good chance. That's a very good shot there, though.
Just an amazing shot. Haven't seen anybody come close to doing that all day. Earlier, Jason Gore from the left front bunker. Very dangerous. He elects to play out to the right.
Stay there. Wow. Stay right there. Not bad, bro. Not bad.
It's a case where he's saying, okay, I might make that putt for par, but I'm going to get a bogey. I hit a bad drive, hit it in the rough, up to 9.
And the par putt for Michael Campbell. It's going to be quite an up and down, Dottie.
No, it sure would. He ironically had this putter out first and then opted for the fairway wood. See how he handles this after coming off that miss at the 8th.
Yep, nicely done. Good up and down there. So he will make the turn at 1 over par for the championship. par in his round today.
That putt there has got to calm him down just a little bit. He had a little bit of nerve-wracking few moments the last 20, 30 minutes.
Well, if there was such a thing as a warning, I would be warning Jason Gore about getting brave from down here. Cozy it up there. Still got some work. Up to 15.
Rocco Mediate from in front of the green. Everybody has left this short. Such a steep slope. There's another one.
You could pitch the ball onto the green.
Absolutely. Johnny, I agree 100%. You could, a lot of different ways to get it up there. As we go to 10.
On the par 5, Campbell, leader by 1.
It's a gorgeous golf swing. Beautiful turn. It's quick, a little bit like Nick Price, but actually I think a prettier swing than Nick's was, but same kind of precision, and boy, just dissected the fairway on this 605-yard hole.
Back over to 8.
Speaking of dissecting, it'd be a good time to dissect the center of that cup there. He did. Well hold. Jason goes to 3 over par. Let's go up to 11.
Tiger Woods at a tie for 3rd. 476-yard par 4.
Hard hole to hit the fairway on. The hardest. It was the hardest in '99. And the hardest this year so far, and he has hit it out there 9 miles and a perfect shot.
Tiger has shown flashes in this championship of just striping the driver.
Look at that angle. You can see nothing but fall off everywhere. 360 degrees of fall off, and you're supposed to put it on the green. Goosen hit it up. An incredible pitch shot. This for par. With that one. Up to 15.
Par putt for Rocco Mediate. Not much break here. Easy to miss this left. Oh! Just slips in the left side. So Rocco Mediate with that putter he just switched to a couple of weeks ago from a long putter is making the most of it. You can see his reaction. This is a moment ago ahead at 16. Sergio Garcia from the left rough. Muscling it out of there. And how about this result? So Garcia will have a very good chance to get back the shot he dropped at 15. And now here he is live. This has been a tough putt too. There's see this ball moving to the right more than it actually does.
I see a lot of guys overreading these greens. Yeah, looks good.
Yep, good stroke. So Sergio Garcia back to +5 for the championship.
Needs to finish birdie, birdie, birdie. I think. Can't imagine it getting any worse than 3 over winning this thing or in the playoff.
You think that would make the field sweat with a +3 up there?
Well, I mean, it's a lot better than 4.
All right, Goosen on the tee now at the 9th.
It's a 6 here, and he's got Gary.
Plenty of club, huh?
You would think, although the wind feels as though it's hurting.
Oh, this is going left.
Yeah, this is well left of the hole. And the wind just flew it up into the air at upshot, and that may be buried, I would think.
Well, if it's buried, he's going to do well to keep it on the green.
Look at that look. Yeah, we haven't seen that all week, huh? Will you see if that was buried or not?
It's hard to tell, Johnny, yeah, from up above.
That's quite the blimp zoom.
And we'll move ahead to 11.
After ripping his drive, what's he got left?
Just got 126 yards. Kind of strange seeing the empty stands back there, Dan.
Cleared out because of the weather, right? Normally, they're hanging off the rafters watching Tiger, especially when he's within 2 in a major.
Well, they may have cleared the stands, but I don't think anybody's left the property right now.
There's about 60 to 65,000 people here, and that's a beauty.
Look at this shot by Tiger. Played the final 15 holes yesterday in even par. He got off to a rough start today, but since then has played 2 under golf, and he's eyeing another one to creep closer.
And welcome back to the 105th U.S. Open Championship. You see the leaderboard there, and at 4 over par is Tim Clark, and he is on the tee at 15. And Clark, familiar with these areas, went to school at North Carolina State. Unusual motion, Johnny, but very effective. Hits the same shot every time. Just a nice little draw. Doesn't bode particularly well for this right hole location, but just like to put it in the center of the green.
Really a nice, solid strike.
Asking for it to get there. And I think this one will stay. Yes. Okay.
Good shot with the draw. It's about as good as you could do.
We move up to 17.
Sergio Garcia, 198-yard par 3.
Chief Goosen said in his press conference that he thinks this is sort of the easiest green to hit on the course, the biggest target.
Garcia bouncing it up. He's hoping for a birdie finish here, maybe post a +3 and see what happens. And back over to 11, and Woods, you see who's crept up to the +3 number, can get it to +2 if this drops.
Not much break here. Should be just, I would think, an inside right putt. Maybe be a little firm with it.
And the top player in the world, Tiger Woods, who at one point in this championship you had to wonder if he thought he could continue his quest for this calendar year Grand Slam, but it is very much alive, folks. Very much alive.
Birdied the last 2 holes now. +2, 1 shot out of it. Michael Campbell all alone at 1 over par. Nobody even par or under for the championship on this tough Pinehurst number 2.
Campbell over at the 10th, surveying the situation here. Dottie?
Yeah, Danny hit a very good fairway wood shot up here. Took the smart play, took it up the right-hand side, and will now pitch across the width of this wide green. Really not that tough of a shot. Have to think that save he made at the last hole was a huge boost for him.
You don't want to pass up this birdie opportunity, do you, Dottie?
No, absolutely not, because this really is the only free one coming in, if you consider this free.
Got to somehow interpret how fast that ball come out of that semi-rough. It's a long birdie putt.
So Campbell there in 3 on the par 5, and we go to the 12th.
And Tiger Woods' tee shot.
Big gust of wind, Murph, as he hit this one, started it down the left-hand side, cutting back.
Should be fine. It is. Tiger made bogey here yesterday.
Okay, so with Tiger making a huge charge here. Take a quick look at the leaderboard with Campbell, the leader by 1 over Woods and Goosen. While we were away, Michael Campbell's birdie attempt, leader at the par 5. And Campbell rolled it in. What a putt to get it back to even. And up at the 2 over Woods and Goosen. And over to Tiger at 12.
And Mark Rolfing, you're right there.
Murphy has placed a tee shot on a very nice part of the fairway, left-hand side. Hole location back right, 164 yards.
You can take a little off right there. Just get dry. The flag's not even low.
Stevie just saying that the wind knocked down there.
The flag is not moving at all up there on the flag stick.
Do not want to go long or right.
Come on, wind. Help me out.
Stevie told him the wind wasn't there, and he was right. That is an unforced error there.
Yeah, he erred on the safe side for sure, but not a good shot. Back to 9.
Just a moment ago, Retief Goosen for par. Remember the tee shot in the bunker? And another poor stroke. So Goosen drops yet another. Goosen to +3 for the championship and 6 over par in his front 9. And also while we were away, this was Jason Gore's second from short left. Ball catches the downslope, races away. He would fail to get it on the green with the next one and finally get it up and down and make a double bogey 5 to move him to 5 over for the championship as we go to 17.
Garcia not out of it for birdie at 17. But he could have used that one big time.
That's a tough putt to read. Have a little star by that putt that its left edge breaks towards the back of the green.
At the 15th, Tim Clark for par raced the birdie putt way by the hole. So really an unforced error there, Johnny.
I'll say that is really something.
This is at the 11th. Hensby for birdie. This was a moment ago, and Hensby won't die. Moves it to +3 after a bogey run, which ended his first 9 out in 38. So Hensby at +2 moves to +3 in that tie for third with a reeling Goosen. Campbell off that long birdie at the 10th, ups it to 2 over Tiger, who is in solo second. 17, and Rocco mediated +5. Like Garcia, needs to make something happen on the way in here. Coming off a bogey at the 16th.
198 yards, not too much wind. He's talking to it big time.
That'll stay for Rocco. And we go to the leader at 11, the 476-yard par 4.
There he braces that right leg. You know, he seems to have his game together. He's only hit like, look at that divot there. Oh, just missed it. But looks like he's got it together more than anybody on the golf course. Only really missed 2 shots.
105th U.S. Open being brought to you by UBS Global Resources, Intimate Financial Understanding, You and Us. By Bell South. Now get up to $125 cash back when you bundle with Bell South, listening, answering. And by Tiger's Ball, the exceptionally long and easy to control Nike One Platinum. And speaking of Tiger, there he is.
With his ball off the green, walking up over the slope, having a good look. Speed, the big key here, Mark Rolfing.
Well, it is, and he won't get the chance to test it real quickly, I don't think, because I believe Peter Hedblum is going to play.
It's up and over again?
It's up and over again. And just that little foot or foot and a half of, non-green there is going to make a big difference. Has to hit it firm to get it through that.
You see the first 57 holes, Tiger made 6 birdies, last 8. Full.
That's performing in the big moment, isn't it, Murph?
Well, he's been talking about how he didn't feel like he could be aggressive all week. While we wait for Tiger, we'll go to 18.
And Garcia, good shape here to make a final run at it.
It's a shame he couldn't have made that little putt on the last hole. But that's another good one by Garcia. See if it stays there, rolls back. That's not a hard putt. It's a slow putt, but
we'll have that to post +4 and a 1 under round of 69. As Michael Campbell discusses things at 11.
Dan, 162 yards. Wind is a little bit helping, a little bit out of the right.
This has been an extraordinary journey for this man from New Zealand. When he faded in that British Open 10 years ago, then he got hurt, hampered by an injury to his left wrist, finishing 120th, 133rd on the order of merit. A lot of people thought he would fade just as quickly as he arrived in that British Open. Lost his card after the '97 season, but regained it at Q School. He was a member of the President's Cup team back in...
As I can. Yep. I may want to get past the pin. I think it's going to be up there somewhere. Yeah, you've got to finish on the 11 there. Yeah, that's fine.
For that team back in 2000.
it was an impressive tee shot in this hole. Not many guys hit this fairway. So got a hook wind up there. Back in his stance.
Cynthia, get up. Get up.
It's not enough.
And all that green right of the hole.
Over to 12.
And Tiger's chip from the fringe on the way. Well judged. Used the putter from the fringe. So, in with a par. Remains 2 over. Over to 15.
Vijay Singh for par, another player who was short of the green, tried to putt, came up short. Very straight putt here, not much break. No, it will not go that way. Up to 17.
Rocco Mediate, long birdie try on the way.
It's a very strange putt. You'd think it'd go to the right, and it's dead straight.
And up ahead at 18, Garcia to put a +4 number on the board. Would that have any chance, Johnny?
The way this day's gone, he might win by 2.
You know, we came into this championship day, with all, the formula, Retief, and it looked like, he was going to win it. You could just throw all the stuff and the facts up in the air. Nothing seems to make sense today.
Looking out to the right. Slow. It's a very slow putt.
So Garcia's in at +5 with an impressive even round of 70 today, and to the tee at 13.
And Tiger set with a driver.
Some of the deepest rough on the golf course here, Murph.
.378 yards.
This one is really good.
That is fantastic. Still a difficult shot from there. Back to 11.
Campbell from the bunker.
Definitely a little bit easier because of it being on the upslope. That was a pretty terrific shot.
It was, but that second shot, he had no business going left of the hole with all that green there.
Michael Campbell with a tenacious top-ranked player in the world, Tiger Woods, right on his heels. Look what he has done since those opening bogeys. Birdie at the 4th, 7th, bogey the 9th, but then has come back on the second 9 to birdie 2 of the first 3 holes, get it to +2, and right now it's a little Campbell-Woods duel, although there's all sorts of others at +3, Goose and Hensby, that could figure in. But here is Campbell at 11 for his par to remain 2 ahead of Tiger.
What a great up and in this would be.
And he's showing no signs of backing down.
That was impressive there. He really had a good chance to make birdie on this hole, but just overhooked that wedge shot that he hit there. Short-sighted himself.
Let's go to 16.
Tim Clark's third from left of the green, long way from the hole. It's got a lot of speed, got plenty of speed.
How about in?
Oh, how about in? Oh, man.
How about that look in his eye?
I guess.
Like, did I steal one there? That was a big money putt right there if he doesn't win it.
Yeah, 4th in the putting stats on the PGA Tour this year, 8th in the birdie stats, and he's tied with Vijay Singh. Birdie average over 4 per round, and how about that? Man, oh man.
Just a seagoer.
We'll go to the tee at 12.
And Michael Campbell set to drive on this very slight dog leg to the right. 449 yards back into the breeze today.
How do you like his swing, Murph?
I think it's really solid.
He swings the club like it's a pretzel.
Loads into the left.
Yeah, he really gets under there. You see how he braces that right knee?
Yeah.
A smattering there. That's not a good sign. Well, they just don't know a good shot, huh, Murph?
It's okay now. Just in the intermediate cut. Not bad at all. Yeah, good swing, and importantly, it looks like he's really trusting it, Johnny.
Well, it's got to be what he's been working for all those years and dreaming of. Trying to get a major like his probably hero, Bob Charles, lefty Bob Charles.
Well, we see Mark Rolfing that Tiger has walked all the way to the green and back.
Well, he certainly has, and there's good reason, because this is a Johnny Miller green light special. Beautiful drive. He's got just 49 yards to the hole.
Hold up behind the green, please.
Whole location all the way in the back. I think maybe the easiest on this 13th green. And a sea of photographers, as you can imagine, behind this green.
How much room does he have behind that flagstick there, or that whole location?
About 15 feet.
So it's just, there's nothing to be worried about here.
Absolutely nothing.
Even if it goes off easily, Mark, it's okay. Once it goes 6 or 7 feet past, it will roll off the green.
He's got to be thinking of something about 5 feet from the hole here.
Carried it pretty far into the green.
Oh, just missed the flag itself. Now that may just go through. Just enough slope there, but
he's got to be disappointed with that one, Murph, because now this is not an easy putt.
Well, that wasn't the best word he just came up with there, but I'll tell you what, if he doesn't win this championship, he's going to look back to that shot right there.
Well, this will be a putt he loves, uphill. Very slight break. Greens in regulation, first in field, round 1, 12 of 18, 2, 14 of 18. Yesterday, 16 of 18. Today, 8 out of 13.
Excuse me. Going to try and determine whether this ball is actually on the putting surface or not.
Yeah, it's got to be on, isn't it? It looks like it's touching.
Yeah. Quick decision.
What's amazing is that Peter Hedblum got the ball closer from a long distance out of the rough than Tiger did from 49 yards. So Tiger's still away.
Well, it was a hard pitch. It's so much uphill, and you cannot see the green surface from down there.
Hey, this is Tiger Woods on a roll now. That was not a good shot for him.
Let's go to 18.
Second for Rocco Mediate, +5. Still no one's posted +4.
Tough to get the right distance out of that semi-rough there. And it just did not jump. You had to respect the possible jumpage there.
And back over to 13.
How about this putt?
This ball moves a little left at first, and then the last 4 or 5 feet, Johnny, is just so straight it's hard to imagine.
It's very makeable, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Looks a little bit on the slow side to me also, Merce, so I think you'll have to give it a fairly good hit.
That'd probably would be one of the first things that would jump in his mind because of the number of putts he's left short. I would think that he's going to make a real commitment to get this to the hole.
Have guys been making this putt? Anybody?
Not too many. About 2 or 3. We've only had 9 birdies all day on the short hole.
Tiger's been talking all week about how he's had to putt defensively because he's been 30 or 40 feet away. There's no time to play defense right now.
No, sir. Appears to be aiming left. Wow. And back at 12 now, Michael Campbell's second.
194 yards into the breeze, Murph. Does not like it at all. But he should.
Oh, he got more out of that than he expected. That's a good break.
By the way, Hensby made his bogey at the 12th after missing the green over there, so Hensby's at +4, and Campbell's out for relief. And here's Mediate, hoping that this can tumble in up the hill here.
Tough to get it to the hole from here. It's putting up a wall. Pretty much the same line as the late Payne Stewart, but he was much closer.
Didn't even come close for Rocco. Back at 17, this is Tim Clark at +4, and a tie for 4th at the moment. 4 behind Campbell. This was just a moment ago.
He likes it. Well, guess not. Maybe.
So now we're live, and Clark's not a very big guy as he steps down into that bunker.
That's a deep face there. It's about 5 feet from the base to the top of the lip there. Not a hard bunker shot, though. Just splash it out and let it run.
Beautifully done. Clark began the day 8 behind Goosen. And over at 18, finishing up with Mediate. Yeah, not a good finish for him. Bogey at 16. And then another one here at 18. 71, good round. So Rocco playing better golf all the way around. And at 67, again, a tie for the lead after the first round with Olin Brown, but coming up short this week. +6 he posts. And now Tiger at the 14th. 468-yard par 4, 2 off the lead.
He's been consistently hitting that power cut, and that's just what this hole calls for. You know, you see it right there.
Just hold up, please, camera guys. Thank you.
It's almost, Johnny, like he's trying to eliminate one side of the golf course. The ball's never going left, it seems.
Well, guys that can fade the ball have won an awful lot of opens. Guys like Irwin and Nicklaus. He's looking right at this spot here and start it there and peel it back.
He made a 3 here on Sunday in 1999, Johnny.
That might be going left.
Oh, it gets a nice kick off that knob and
Look
gets
at that.
back into the fairway. What a break for Tiger.
Yeah, he's going to be happy about that, I would think.
You know, we were so used to him wearing red on Sundays on his way to major championships. I guess orange is his comeback color. And maybe lucky now. Look at this break.
They had given up on it. Watch this. He's trying to play a cut. It's trying to cut a little bit. It's gutting. But it wouldn't have been in the fairway. No way.
That knob just in front of that bunker, Johnny.
Good now.
Good now. You heard him say it.
Well, that's the kind of stuff you need to win a championship sometimes.
Tiger in good shape at 14. At 11, second for Goosen.
He wants it to go. That's a good shot, Retief.
Goosen 3 behind. And over to 12 again.
And Michael Campbell looking at his birdie putt. Ball ended up in a surprising place. He didn't think he hit it solidly enough to get it there.
I'm not sure what he was thinking. All I know is he wanted to go to the bathroom.
Well, Johnny, this is just a little bit up the hill. Not much break in it.
It's an amazingly straight putt, Dottie.
Well, Murph, he's been rolling this putter so well all day. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go in, really.
Got enough steam? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. How about that?
Nice call, Dottie.
That putt is so straight. Michael Campbell knew it. That's a big birdie in back of a shot that he didn't think was going to get on the green. Well, you see the reaction of Michael Campbell. Whew. That's a good one from me. We'll be right back.
And again, this is how he got the latest. Second shot at the 12th.
Just barely cleared that little rise there, and underneath the hole, little did he know it was an easy putt from there.
And he went out, got some relief, and came in and got some more relief.
After that long putt at 10 for birdie and up and in at 11 out of the bunker, and then right here he knew it was in.
He's a streaky player. He missed the first 5 cuts, all on the European Tour this year. And then he turned in some top 10s, and he says that's the way I've always been in my career. Now on the tee at 13.
What an important drive to hit the fairway. If he does, it's a birdie hole. Murph?
Yes, he's taking it right over the corner of the bunkers there, and beautiful position.
Got to hand it to him. He's looking like he knows what he's doing. He's right in that little wave of the fairway, and it got past the downslope into the flat.
At 17, Tim Clark came out of the bunker to this point. It's remained at +5. 4, I should say. Now he's +5, and he is now a full 6 back with Campbell's birdie.
Par 3s are killing him.
Tiger Woods at 14.
129 yards.
After the good break off the tee.
Wind is coming from the left. You can tell up at the green at least. Hole location all the way over there on the left.
Gonna have to make some birdies on Mark, no doubt about it.
I think he needs a couple of them at least, Johnny. Good chance here. This one looks pretty good.
It is just about hole high. And Tiger will have a look at his 5th birdie of this final round. Over at 11, Goosen with a look at birdie. This was a second ago. He's not going Retief's way.
6 over par for the day.
MetLife blimp, Snoopy 2, high above, under the command of Captain Matthew St. John. A little help from co-pilot Snoopy. Looks like we might get some luck with that weather system that was kind of coming through a little bit. No delays. Now Vijay Singh for a birdie at 17. Story of the championship for Singh. Right there.
Thought he might switch putters after the struggle for, well, it's been more than a couple months now, really. He's playing great tee to green.
Singh had that run of 3 birdies in a row, as you'll see here. Bogeyed the 3rd and then went bang, bang, bang. Got it to +2. And that got him to within 3 of the lead, and then the double at the 8th and a bogey at 9. And just hasn't been able to sustain anything. Well, that's been the story for a lot of people in the field.
Well, just not discounting Tiger. If he putted well, he would have won this championship after Retief has done what he's done today.
Michael Campbell at 13.
Waiting for Olin Brown to hit. Olin just had a horrendous lie there. And a horrendous day. 7 over par today. And back to Michael Campbell.
Now Murph, after just another terrific drive, just 84 yards back to this hole location. Got to be a little careful not to chase it too hard. We'll run off past it.
I would think this is almost a perfect yardage for just a smooth lob wedge, huh?
Oh, I would think so, Johnny, yes.
Uphill, 84 yards. This is a green lighter.
Going to land at 78, 79 yards.
One big hop bite, huh?
Just a little bit downwind.
A little cushion on the right side there, the slope of the green.
It's going to need to stop.
Just landed it too far and just pitched all the way through the green. So Michael Campbell, after a wonderful birdie at 12, will be back.
Tiger Woods in the meat of this back 9 in search of a 10th major championship for birdie at the 14th.
He just watched fellow competitor Peter Hedblum putt from the same exact line. So he got a good read. It's going to turn just a little left at the hole. A little too much pace and started it a little wide.
For some reason, the last foot of that putt hit something and kicked right. Did you see that, Mark?
That's what he's indicating.
There's nothing to smile about. He could have birdied the last 2 holes without much problem.
A 2 under on this back 9 and still 1 under today. And 3 behind. And here's another look as he watched that birdie putt roll up. Come on.
You can't believe it went right at the hole.
Is that a smile that has lit up this sport? Well, oh, what timing.
And over to Michael Campbell now, selecting a putter there, Dottie, through the fringe.
Yeah, I think this was really the best play, Murph. Just got to be careful of it getting a funky bounce out of here.
Tendency to hold left going through the fringe and the first part of the green.
Pars are wonderful, Murph, when you got a 3-shot lead in the open in the back 9.
It's well judged there. You saw the ball rip off to the left, but it's okay.
He just wants holes to run out, doesn't he, Bob? At this point, Dottie.
As quickly as possible.
Yeah, you just keep holding on to par.
Well, he hit a terrific drive there, and he's going to need a couple of those on the way in.
The next 3 holes are going to win them or lose them the championship. They're the 3 hardest holes in a row here at this great golf course. 14, 15, and 16.
Back at 12, and Retief Goosen's 3rd shot. Drove it to the right off the tee. pitches it up into the green. That left for a par. So Retief has lost that magnificent touch he had for 3 days. Over to 15.
And for you Jason Gore fans, he is +6 now.
Yesterday, Tiger played a beautiful 6-iron in here, put it right into the middle of the green.
He's got 6-iron again today. Going to try and hit that big high fade of his.
But half the players been short, Gary.
That has been the popular spot, is landing right in the front of the green and having it come back. But not Tiger. Oh, man, best shot of the day. Back to 13.
And Michael Campbell's tap in for a par. 3-shot lead.
Did he just hear that roar, Murph?
Probably so, but he's got a lot on his mind too. Well, we have had some excitement today. We've had some sad tales to tell. And some excitement on Michael Campbell's part now in the last few minutes. We'll be back.
He's on the tee at 14. Par 4. Drops off down off the teeing ground there. Well, seems to like it.
Looks like his driver's being his friend right now. That is very impressive under this heavy pressure to win for a little country like New Zealand, and really the celebrity that goes with it, and he's very aware of that, and to be able to be pulling this off is great stuff.
At 18, Tim Clark finishing up. Gave it a run for a while, a good run. Even round of 70 for Clark. He played with Corey Pavin, the 95 champion from Shinnecock. Corey in with his 73. This is the last year of the 10-year open exemption for Corey after that win. But Corey right now in a tie for 14th. The top 15 get in next year. And back to 12.
And Goosen for his par. In the rough, laid it out. Short. Another bogey. Retief goes to 4 over par. And back to 14.
And this is Hensby for par. He just hasn't been able to avoid the bogeys today. That is his 6th bogey. +5. He falls to 6 behind. And up at 15, Tiger.
With a very makeable putt for birdie. And Johnny, I can't help but think yesterday we discussed a little bit about the fact that Tiger seemed to be playing very conservatively. It's like now he's put himself in a position where he could only play aggressively, and since he has, he's done much better.
Yeah, it's you know, last year at the Open he only made 5 birdies for the whole championship, and he wasn't much better than that going halfway through yesterday's round. So I think maybe thinking a little too conservatively, and I think he needs to turn the guns loose. 10 birdies this year now with this run. But is there anything tricky about this putt? Have you seen guys making this or missing it?
Well, he was Mark just had the opportunity to watch Hedblum's putt come across the green, right?
He did. You know, it doesn't look tricky to me at all. I think it may have turned just a hair left, but it's a little bit up the hill, so he needs to be firm with it.
It's the kind of putt you can dominate the break, can't you, if you hit it flush?
I think you can, Johnny. It would certainly be an inside the hole putt if he does hit it firm.
Does that look good, Gare?
Yeah, I think that's a good line, John. It'll turn just a little left. He has yet to make a birdie on a par 3 this entire week. Has played those holes in +4.
This will put some serious pressure on Michael Campbell.
There it is. Tiger Woods, 3rd birdie on the back 9, moves into +1 for the championship. Just 2 off the lead, and Johnny, he's got that look in his eye, doesn't he?
Boy, does he.
We haven't seen that in a while.
Over at the 14th. Dottie, did Michael Campbell hear that roar?
Dan, he took one extra practice swing. He certainly did.
Campbell leads by 2 now with Tiger's birdie dropping in.
Good looking shot.
Campbell is all over the stick here. What a shot and what a response.
You got to be impressed, Dan.
Tell you, at the beginning of the day, would you have ever expected maybe a Woods duel down here for the title, but a Woods-Campbell duel? It's about what it's turned into.
It's been quite the championship. Very hard to predict. Who would have thought Retief Goosen right now would be 7 over par through 12 holes?
And who would have thought that Michael Campbell, in his very first appearance here in the United States this year, all of those appearances came over in Europe, 12, and we mentioned how he missed the cut in the first 5 tournaments. And he said, hey, last night we were talking to him because that's kind of been the story of my career. I mean, I'll get it going. Then he's reeled off some top 10s, and here he is in position in a major championship, which he also told me has just been the dream for him since he started playing golf as a kid. Now here's Tiger Woods, and he's got Woods on his tail, Gary.
He does indeed. You want to ideally hit a little draw here at 16.
He's been driving it great on this hole, huh, Gary?
Hit it down there 8 miles yesterday, Johnny, right in the center of the fairway.
This one is a little bit of a fade, though.
Well, it is going to find the primary rough on the right-hand side and drop down low. Hole cut over on the right-hand side of this green, not going to be a good angle.
You can see that concern on his face. Take a look at this putt, Gary, on the last hole. Just barely went in the left edge.
It was trying to get out on the left. No question. I like the reaction, Johnny. Yeah. Campbell came right back with, Johnny, perhaps the best iron shot he's hit all day.
It was a beautiful shot. I thought it was going to even be closer, but it kept trickling. You can see that break he's going to have, right to left break.
Campbell.
This is good stuff.
He's just got a much more mature look about him than he did in that British Open championship. Talked about how he's always wrestled with his streaky play, and earlier we asked him to assess his career so far.
Up and down, I've been very inconsistent. I'm either missing the cut or winning golf tournaments. It's incredible. I go through periods where I think at the start of the year I missed 5 cuts in a row, and then the last 6 weeks I've had a 3rd and a 4th and 8th, 15th or 12th or something. So it's been up and down. That's been my amateur career as well as my professional career. Why? I don't know. But I'm enjoying this moment right now.
I would say so. World golf ranking there, 80th. He's been as low as 277th. He has not won in 2 years. Last win, the Irish Open in 03.
Well, he's got the best round going. Definitely among the leaders. He's 2 under par for the day, looking at 3 under, and that is really great stuff on this golf course that a lot of people think maybe is almost too hard, even though it's playing fairly. But he's able to do it by driving the ball precisely in the fairways and putting the irons, like Dottie said, missing very few shots. He's really only missed about maybe 2 or possibly 3 shots the whole round.
Up ahead at 18, Peter Jacobsen. As he's coming up, said, folks, the big championship's going on with Tiger. Get out there. And he does his own little Tiger impersonation. Jacobsen always up to entertaining.
He has fun with the game. He's really a good player to copy. If you have a child out there or somebody, get tapes of Peter when he's winning, like at Pebble Beach or San Diego, and just tell him to copy that attitude and fun. You could play like crazy playing like that. You don't have to grind your teeth down to nothing.
New Zealand is 17 hours ahead
of East Coast time here, Johnny. So it is.
There's going to be a lot of Kiwis that aren't getting much sleep tonight.
In the morning,
Campbell.
Monday morning here. If this baby goes in,
this is not that bad a putt. You just throw it out to the right. It's just outside right edge.
This for his third birdie of this back nine in the first 5 holes, Dottie.
Yeah, and he just got a great break because Owen Brown just powered his by the hole, and now he got a great read.
Got to hit it about right out in there. No, didn't play enough break, Dottie. He was about 4 inches outside right.
Oh, that was a huge miss. That was a difference between being very, very comfortable with a few holes left.
Oh, you think it's not comfortable being two shots up on Tiger Woods at the end of a major and you never won one?
I would say the answer would definitely be no.
And of those near 4 million people watching back in New Zealand, you can bet Dad is watching a telephone company worker who took up the game when Michael was just a kid. Introduced him to the game. And Michael is safely in with his par. Remains at 1 under. Remains 2 clear of Tiger.
I tell you, got to hand it to him. Makes that unbelievable up and in at 9. Remember, for par. Then he long birdie putt at 10. Makes the good up and in at 11 out of the bunker. Birdie's number 12, and then makes 2 pars on those 2 good holes, the last 2 holes, under all that pressure. Tiger Woods charging. Michael, you're doing great stuff, but you got 2 really hard holes ahead of you. Got to stripe it.
13.
And Retief Goosen for par. What a day.
Can you believe it, Murph?
6 bogeys, no birdies, 1 double.
It seems unreal. It's one of the biggest collapses of a great player. There's won 2 Opens ever.
Over to 16.
Well, Mark Rolfing, if you had a chance to look at the live Tiger Woods.
I have, and I've seen a lot worse this week. Really isn't as bad as we first thought.
Yeah, looking down at it, you can't see any of the balls. So the hole cut over on the right-hand side of the green, Mark, you'd expect this to come out a little left.
Well, it's going to come out hot. There's no doubt about that. So he needs to avoid that front right bunker, which means it would go toward the center of the green.
It's like a Phil Necro knuckleball here.
Be right, get on. Be right, get on.
All right, a little left of the hole. That's not bad. Right in front. Much better there than long. Let's watch his lower body as he torques up, trying to really drive down and through.
Then the up move.
Yep.
Look at that.
Club through the grass. A lot of power.
Remember, he hit that shot on the final round here, Gary, 6 years ago. That 4-iron from 200 plus, landed about 15 feet from the hole, made the birdie pull within 1. Here he is again 6 years later in the hunt at another Open at Pinehurst. And this 105th U.S. Open is being brought to you by Ford, built for the road ahead. By Titleist, the #1 ball in golf. And by Merrill Lynch, go beyond stocks and bonds alone to make all your money work harder together. That's Total Merrill.
Well, Gary, this is great stuff.
Well, it is, Johnny, and you know, the nice thing is these two are playing wonderful golf.
Reminds me a little last year. Shinnecock was playing so hard, but you had 2 guys.
That was Campbell waiting at the 15th tee for Hensby to putt out for his par.
Got 2 guys, Mickelson, obviously, and Goosen, that did it last year. Now we got 2 that are playing well this year.
Campbell has played this 15th hole quite well. He's made par in each of the first 3 rounds.
How about this? Campbell this year on holes 15 through 18. Gary, no bogeys, has played a -2. If that happens again today, he's going to get the big silver trophy.
Johnny, this is 6-iron. Made a really smart move by waiting, getting a whole reset when he had to stop for Mark Hensby.
How's that look? Is it left?
Left.
Oh, and short left. Ooh. Well, Michael Campbell in trouble at 15. Tiger Woods is making his run. We'll be right back.
Back here at Pinehurst, where it's been whittled down to those two names, Campbell and Woods, separated by 2. Next best at +5. Campbell again, beginning the day at +1, 4 behind. Tiger beginning of the day 6 behind, but at one point was 8 behind through 3. We go to 16.
His third shot here at the par 4. Oh, that ball took a really funny bounce. Wow, I think he was expecting the ball to hit the green and move left, Johnny.
Yeah, that was not a good shot right there. I guess it could have been a bad bounce, like you say, but not the hardest putt in the world for him. Not where he wanted it. Campbell's got enough green to work with, though, right? And he's not buried.
Well, he does.
Pretty long bunker shot, though, huh?
It was much shorter than I thought it was going to be off the tee. Yeah, he's probably got a good 20 to 25 yards.
That'll test your nerve.
Yes, it will.
Man, that'll test you.
Back at 16. Tiger for his par to remain at 1 over.
And if he makes this, Campbell will probably think it's for a birdie with the roar, huh?
Well, that wouldn't be surprising.
It's got a little bit of turn in it to the left, I think, Gary.
Just a little bit, Mark. This one's easy to overread.
Inside the hole, right?
I think it's got to be inside the hole on the right, Johnny, yes. I've seen a number of players read too much into this.
It's actually quite a bit like the putt he just holed at 15.
No. Got it off the hole. Not break that much. So Tiger Woods' unforced error at 16 fails to get up and down, drops to 2 over par, and he is talking to himself, Johnny.
Well, let's see if Campbell gives the gift back. He just gave one to Campbell, but Campbell's got one tough bunker shot there under pressure.
And while he was putting, this was Campbell's second. I'd say he did it pretty well, Johnny. Passed that test.
One cool customer this year. Some bad things could have happened with this shot if you were nervous. That could have gone right across the green and down the hill. Look at his head, how still it is, huh, Gary?
Yeah, beautiful.
Nice. Just, that is really good stuff there to pull that off. It leaves himself a pretty easy putt, doesn't he? A slow putt?
It does. It's uphill. There's very little break to it. In fact, if anything, again, it's a putt that most of the players have overread. They've played it left edge. Doesn't move much. Olin Brown will be putting first.
Olin.
It's been one tough day for him, Johnny.
8 over par for the day.
Not a single birdie.
Well, you got 3 guys in the last 2 groups. Olin Brown's 8 over for the day. Gore is 9 over for the day, and Goosen is 8 over par for the day. In trouble.
See Brown out in 41. 6 bogeys, 2 more on this 9.
I'll tell you, it's exciting though. Even if you're having a bad day, it's exciting to be playing with a guy that is a life-changing experience to watch him, and to see him perform and win the championship if he does win. got a lot of work left to do, but this putt here, he could very easily, that thing breaks left at the hole sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I say. It looks like it wants to move a little right. The tendency has been to miss it left.
If he makes this, he's in good shape. If he doesn't, it's going to be tough.
Gut check time for Michael Campbell. What a putt. What an up and down. So he remains 3 ahead with 3 to play.
Well, Tiger's going to have to birdie 17 or 18 or both of them. That's what it amounts to. After he basically, usually gets it up and in almost every time where he was at 16 now, Gary. That just does not happen to Tiger Woods to be right there in front of the green and making bogey.
We'll go to 17.
And here is Tiger at this 198-yard par 3. Now 3 behind.
You know, Dan, this hole was his undoing 6 years ago today. Made a bogey 4. So maybe he can get one back here.
Needs a birdie.
He really does. Hole location all the way in the back. Very easy to go long because it's downwind right now.
Makes the hole, I think, easier because it's not a hard hole location downwind. Back left hole.
This one is very high. Not bad. I believe he knows what Michael Campbell did back at 15, though, because he could hear that roar before he teed off.
Tiger Woods not only in search of a 10th major, there's been only one other larger comeback final round in U.S. Open history. That, of course, the 7 shots that Arnold Palmer came back from at Cherry Hills in 1960. Johnny, you were 6 back in 1973, and that is a number that Tiger's been trying to match today, but Campbell is giving him everything and more he can handle. Bob?
All right, Dan, Tim Rosafort from Golf World Magazine rejoins us. The most famous golfer, perhaps the most famous active athlete in the world, Tiger Woods, and Michael Campbell. So a lot of casual observers at home on this Father's Day Sunday are saying, who the heck is Michael Campbell? That's why you're here. Who is he?
We may have you doing the haka before the show's over. Of course, it's a Maori dance, but here's a guy who
no one wants to see that, Tim, really. Not from me.
First burst on the scene, certainly in 1995 at that British Open, made one of the most phenomenal up and downs in British Open history from the road hole bunker at St. Andrews, and admittedly has disappeared since. He's sort of an underachiever. Talked to his coach today down in Florida, Jonathan Yarwood, formerly with David Ledbetter, and calls Campbell a right brain guy, a mercurial guy, and a guy who has never really fulfilled his potential.
What's the difference? What has he done this week, today? How has he adjusted?
The difference is what we saw in that last hole. Fantastic up and down. 4 top 15s in his last 6 events, and that's about the worst he could do, according to Yarwood. They set up camp over at Pine Needles and worked on nothing but short game for 3 or 4 days and totally changed his putting setup and his stroke. And we see the results today. 6th in the field in putting thus far and having a wonderful day on those greens today.
All right, Tim, thanks a lot. He's at 16.
And he has driven the ball beautifully today. He has hit 8 of 12 fairways.
This drive could help win the championship right here, Gary. If he's going to leak oil, it could be right here on this very shot. It's not an easy. It's a diagonal tee shot, isn't it? It works.
Yes, it is.
It works left,
yeah.
So you could power it right down the right side, thinking you hit a good shot and go in the rough.
It, but they don't know much because that's in the
almost sat up.
Primary rough on the left-hand side.
Look at the hole that thing left, right there.
Up to 18.
KJ Choi in his 3rd shot. A long day for the South Korean as well. This was a moment ago, but a nice way to finish.
76 for Choi, who opened up with a 69 on Thursday and really was a big part of the story here halfway through. Within shot 74 yesterday and 2 above that today. Now Tiger at 17. Mark?
Danny's got about 22 feet, just over 20 feet, I would say. I've looked at the putt from both sides, changed my mind twice on the read. Actually, looks like there may be 2 breaks in it, Johnny. To me, it's going to go a little bit right at first, and then it may turn back left at the hole.
It's influenced by that little brow that sticks into the green, isn't it?
No question about it, particularly in the beginning of the putt.
This is a very difficult read. This is not a lot different than the read that somehow Payne Stewart figured out on 16 in 1999. That I don't know how he read it right. This thing is really hard to get it right.
This is where Tiger failed to get it up and down from the left bunker 6 years ago. Missed the 3-foot par putt. As you look at his putts per round, look at how much it's improved today, Johnny.
I'll say, came alive. Probably when he saw Retief doing what he was doing, that got him motivated really a lot.
Remember, Campbell's in the rough at 16. And that's what you're always in danger of doing here if you make any kind of bold run.
No. Now he's got to work hard on the 4.5 footer on Mark.
He definitely does. The problem is, too, it was going so fast when it went by. It's hard to really tell a line from that on the one coming back now.
It actually tried to go left at the hole, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Here is that putt for par, 3 feet from 99. Couldn't get it up and down.
You know, Johnny, this is eerily similar to what happened to Phil Mickelson a year ago at Shinnecock on 17.
Yeah, it's true.
You want to get out of here at +2, Johnny. I mean, you know, with Campbell in trouble at 16, but getting out of here at +3.
Campbell has a huge decision to make. We'll show that in a minute with the semi-cross bunker, whether he can make it over that bunker.
Countless times in these moments, he's made these in major moments.
Unbelievable.
Just like 6 years ago, a bogey.
Just everybody's handing the championship a little bit to Campbell's played great, but he's had a lot of people be very kind to him today.
And that is a 4-shot lead. It's his 4th 3-putt this week.
Well, he saw the putt going the other way, go left at the hole. I thought he would read that inside left, but maybe he just pushed it. I don't know.
And now he's going to need some help from Campbell.
Going to need more than help. He's going to need a giveaway.
Over at 16, Gary.
Well, as Johnny said, a decision to be made by Michael Campbell. How's the lie, Dottie?
Gary, I was 3 feet from this ball and couldn't see it. It is really bad. He's going to have to pitch this ball out.
It looks like he's got a wedge or a sand wedge in his hand.
That is the absolute most he can get on this. Very smart play.
Might have been a blessing, Gary, coming up with that shot of lie, because that's the little bunker I was talking about, that cross bunker. If he tried to go at the green and didn't catch it, that thing is not where you want to go.
Basically thinking very clearly, just placing the ball down the fairway. You know, he was talking, Tim Rosefort was talking about his teacher, Jonathan Yarwood. They've worked together for 8 years, and I guess, Dan, it's just been in the past year that, you know, Yarwood worked with the Ledbetter group, and Michael Campbell decided to hire him full time and get him away from there to just work with him. So it's obviously paid some dividends.
Dottie, is there a leaderboard that he can see or his caddy can see?
No, they're blocked from everything right here. He can't see a thing, and he's just nose to the grindstone.
I just didn't know if he knows about the 2 gifts that Tiger has sent his way by not getting it up at 16 and then 3-jacking it at 17.
Well, Johnny, being so close to the 17th green, he definitely heard what happened over there. I just don't know if he knows what entirely did happen.
Well, I don't even know if he knows about 16 now, Gary.
No, I don't think so. Certainly wouldn't have heard any roars of any kind.
Another look at Tiger after the miss on that last par putt at 17. And he knows that, you know, when you put yourself in position, you just can't stand to let it get away.
Well, yeah, Tiger's still, believe it or not totally out of it if he can birdie 18.
Now, there's a lot left here.
That line is 89. If the guy in the red shirt.
So there you have it, 89 yards.
That's it.
I assume the guy in the red
shirt
is that
a little left of the flag. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the same swing he made back on 15, Johnny.
Yeah, no legs on either one of them.
All right, safely on, but he's struggling. We go to 18.
Tiger's on the tee of this closing hole up the hill, 442 yards. Want to hit a power cut? That's what he's been hitting. Let's see where this goes. Crowd loves it. What a shot! And there's that whole location back right, just like it was 6 years ago. Can Tiger pull it off, or will Campbell hold on in the 105th U.S. Open?
Michael Campbell just a few holes away from perhaps being the 105th U.S. Open champion. Dottie, lengthy putt here.
Well, it is, should break a little to his right. Overall, fairly flat. His speed has been fantastic all day. And I did take a look as he approached the green. He did not look at the leaderboard.
Guarantee you that's not as close as you'd like it, Johnny.
No, he hit a good putt, but at that point, if he knew the leaderboard and where he stood, 4 shots up, he would have just been cozying it up there, I think, because it's sort of a moot point at that point. You just don't want to drop 2 shots.
But now, when your throat starts getting a little dry and hard to swallow.
I'll say it, but he's been tough so far, I'll tell you that.
He has.
Man, he has just been bulletproof. Dottie, you got to be impressed with what you've seen today, and we're, of course, viewing Tiger as we speak. I can't remember Tiger having a chance to win a major and doing what he did the last 2 holes. I don't know about you, Gary.
I can't think of it, Johnny. Relatively straightforward chip at 16, and certainly a huge mistake at 17 with the 3-putt.
Really, on a birdie hole. 17 is, you got a decent chance to make birdie there.
Tiger getting ready here.
He's got just 124 yards to the hole. A little bit of breeze at his back. Pretty much has to make a 3, Jack.
Got a few people a little rambunctious, getting excited, probably trying to make him cheer him on to make birdie. He has to have it, Mark. Just might get it. It's a very fine shot. It's not an easy putt, though. It's got a quick left to righter.
Another Sunday at another major championship where we've seen that Tiger resolve. Still not out of it. Back to 16.
Bogey putt for Campbell.
Wow.
Solidly stroked there. Just 24 putts for Michael Campbell through 16 holes.
You think that doesn't take guts to make that putt, Gary? That is,
well, especially the way he made it, Johnny. Just rammed it right in the back of the hole. As we go to 18.
And the fans giving Tiger his due as he comes up.
I really believe he'd have won this championship if he would have turned his big guns loose earlier. He was really playing conservatively on the putts and the iron shots, playing away from the flag sticks, and I really believe not every time, but some of the times he needed to go for it.
You know, you think about all the runner-ups that Jack Nicklaus recorded in his career, 19 in all in major championships, and Tiger, who's halfway to Jack's 18 major championship wins, just has that single runner-up at the 2002 PGA. Appears he's in line for just his second here, but it is not over. Campbell at 17.
Well, he's made 2 swings in a row that he did not make a lead deep enough down into the 2 position on the downswing, which if you don't get in there and then turn on it, you're going to pull it. And that's just what he's done with no legs. So he needs to get up onto his left side, get a good weight shift.
Johnny, after a little indecision about the clubs, he has selected 8-iron.
He's got a lot of room right of the flagstick, Gotti, to play it 20 feet right if he wants.
Oh, he needs to.
That looked a little better with the legs.
And the line is terrific.
It's a beauty, Dottie.
Boy, that's very nice. Look at this.
He's going for more relief. Campbell heads out.
Not sure what he's doing.
Last night was one of the key shots, if not the key shot for Michael Campbell in this championship. Remember this, Johnny?
I
Late
sure
in the
do.
day, second out of that bunker. That got him to +1. He parred 18, and he was in with that 71.
He's hit some real quality shots today. He's played the best of anyone. He deserves it, if you ask me. But it's not over yet.
Playing with Tigers, Peter Hedblum, +5 for his day. Got off to that tough start. He's really turned it around since the front 9. He was out in 40. He's even on the back. But it was Hedblum who, again, turned it around to the championship on Friday with that 66. And that's the best round at either Open staged here at number 2.
Mark, you right there?
Well, I am, Johnny. Tiger's got about 12 feet down the hill here. It's a putt that should turn to his right just a little.
Turns pretty good because you just sort of have to touch it.
These are those moments when Tiger has said he thinks about his dad. His dad always said, be the picture, putt to the picture. And Tiger's talked about, you know, hearing his dad talk to him. I mean, it sounds strange maybe to people that don't feel that kind of focus, but that's the kind of relationship that Tiger and his dad have had through the years, and I would imagine that Tiger might be picturing something like that right now. Picture the putt, picture it falling, and hit it to the picture.
I tell you, his dad Earl, in a lot of ways, had a lot of genius in him. A lot of the things he taught Tiger were very special.
And watching from California on this Father's Day.
Okay, he's got to throw it out to the left.
Yes! '69 for the two-time U.S. Open champion. Just 2 behind.
Yeah, the first
a whole lot better than 3 at this point with Campbell on over there at 17, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
It's workable.
It's interesting. I talked about the conservative approach for so much of this championship. First 57 holes, Tiger had 6 birdies total. And the last 15 holes, he had 6 birdies.
You look at Steve Williams there, also from New Zealand. I mean, he's probably the most popular golfing figure in New Zealand. He's got over 100 wins in the bag, combined with Raymond Floyd and Greg Norman and Tiger now. But it's Michael Campbell who could be the most popular golfing figure in New Zealand. We say that a little bit sarcastically, but that's how big Steve Williams is back in New Zealand. But this guy will rule the country, you can bet, if he's able to put this one home.
Yeah, Steve Williams has got to, for not winning, he's got to be the happiest, second happiest guy here today.
Campbell with a 2-shot lead. What's this look like, Dottie?
Well, Dan, you couldn't ask for a better putt to have to just 2-putt or even have a chance to make it. There's really not much here.
I think he's thinking about making this putt. There's not much to it, is there?
No, and I think it's harder if you're trying to think about 2-putting. Go ahead and go through your normal deal.
I agree. He's looking out to the right, Dottie. Do you see that break?
Just a little bit.
Look at this.
Tracking in. Campbell with a birdie at 17. And it's back up to 3 with 1 hole to play.
That is impressive right there. Look at that determination.
Talked about how strong Tiger is mentally. This guy is very spiritual. Johnny, his great-grandfather Logan Campbell came over from Scotland to New Zealand back in the mid-1840s, married a Maori woman, and later became the mayor of Auckland. And Michael will tell you all about the history of his country, about how they came over in canoes from the Polynesian islands. He did that haka dance that Tim talked about earlier at the President's Cup. Very, very spiritual man. And now he has birdied 17 3 days in a row.
That was a special birdie right there. I mean, there's birdies, and then there's that birdie. He knew Tiger had just made birdie at 18 from the roar. And to answer him with that 2-shot and then that putt, wow.
3-shot lead in a U.S. Open on a 72nd hole. Dreamed of this moment since he got up early like all the folks back in New Zealand.
I think he knows his lead
to watch
now.
These championships.
I think someone has told him, you have got yourself a 3-shot lead. I wouldn't be smiling that much, I don't think, if he didn't know that. But the way he's driving it, if it wasn't for him, I'd probably tell him to hit a 5-iron, 8-iron wedge and say thank you very much. Beautiful shot, isn't it, with the clubhouse back there, Danny?
It certainly is. If Campbell pars 18, it'll be the best round of the day, and no one can say that he hasn't earned it and deserved it.
You want to hit it right at the steeple, the chimney on the clubhouse.
It's up the left side.
Runs out of fairway on that side.
Michael Campbell, in his first appearance in the United States, could be moments away from winning America's championship. Tiger Woods, perhaps in line for just the second runner-up in his illustrious major championship history. Put yourself in position, he says. He did. Looks like he might come up short today.
Happy Father's Day.
Michael Campbell.
Wishing his father.
One people back in the bay, Stahi Bay. Not bad, huh? Not bad.
Wishing his father, Tom, happy Father's Day back in New Zealand. Non-American champions in the majors of the 4. This is the toughest to win in this department since World War II. Only 7 non-Americans. You know, you got to wonder, Johnny, Michael Campbell, if he would have even come over here to try to qualify for this championship. He participated in the first ever European sectional qualifier, the first time the USGA held it overseas at Walton Heath in England. He qualified there. You got to wonder, since this is his first appearance in the United States this year, if he would have even come over here and qualified.
That's a good point. Well, he has to use his head a little here on this tough fly, though. Here's Retief Goosen on 17.
A moment ago at the par 3. Goosen, the 2-time champion and the leader by 3 heading into this day, plus 11. There are some major meltdowns, Johnny, in the last 2 groups. Goosen is plus 11, Gore plus 12, Olin Brown plus 10. And then you've got Campbell playing with Brown, 2 under on his round.
It's hard to believe that Goosen, it's going to be tough. It'll haunt him a long time to have the lead and shoot. He might make that putt 80 or 81. And of course, Jason hung in there for a long time. He's looking at 82. This is an interesting shot, though, to use your head on, Dottie. You've got a tough lie. You don't want to be hitting a shot that gets the worst break of your life buried under the lip or something on that cross bunker.
Well, that's very true. I think it's a course management decision similar to what he made at 16. It's also a little harder because his feet are pretty far above this golf ball. He can't even find it.
So I'm saying, I think he should just pop it out. We don't want any Jean Vandervelde specials here.
Here's Olin. And Brown is on. Well, the best finish for Campbell in an Open came back in 2000. Got a special exemption in that championship.
There's a smart decision. We sort of just babied it down there, but people don't understand it. But that's the smart shot, Dottie.
Well, as Campbell chops it out, Mark Rolfing is with perhaps the runner-up today.
Tiger, I would imagine that you will look back on this week and say to yourself what might have been.
Yeah, I mean, I hit the ball beautifully all week, so that's the only good thing. I didn't putt well. I didn't feel good any day with my putter. So unfortunately, it's frustrating because if I putt just normal, I'm looking pretty good.
It looked to me like you made a conscious decision to play a little more aggressive today. Was that true?
A little bit starting out because the hole locations, even if you put the ball in the fairway, it's still unbelievably difficult to get to. So if I drive it in the rough, no big deal. I got a 60-degree sandwich in my hand. I figure I could hack it up there and make birdie.
If you had one shot to play over in the last hour, let's say, which one would it have been?
Oh, God, it was more than just the last hour. I've missed so many putts this week, so we got to go way back.
All right. Well, thanks, Tiger.
You got it.
Well, Campbell in control here.
That was a smart shot. Dottie leaves himself a nice little uphill, little half pitch shot, half wedge shot, and I'm sure he'll just leave it underneath the hole, and if he wants a 3-putt, he can.
Yeah, he's only got 77 yards.
That's the exact same yardage that Payne Stewart had at 99. 77 yards.
And the bells are ringing. It's pretty eerie out here.
Yeah, same spot Payne laid it up to. Of course, Payne left it 15 feet underneath the hole and made that putt. Just crisp, a little brush. Look at this shot. Very tidy. He has been unbelievable, Dottie, up and downs this week. That'll be, if he makes that 21 out of 31 tries, he's gotten it up and in for pars. That is something else at Pinehurst.
What a feeling this must be for Michael Campbell. who as a kid, his only dream was to be a member of the all-black team, the rugby team, the national team for New Zealand. He said, I wasn't big enough, wasn't good enough to be a part of that, so I started dreaming about playing the game of golf for a living and about winning a major title. He used to get up early in New Zealand. He says he used to miss an hour or two of school every year in the major championships. And even though he had that good play at that British Open 10 years ago when he had the 54-hole lead, he said, I always wanted to win the U.S. Open. That was right up at the top of the list. And here he is 10 years later after the downfall at the British Open.
And who knows what he'll do for his career? I mean, maybe that's all he needed. He has the kind of game that looks like he should be one of the top players.
Brown waiting for things to settle.
That was a tough day for him.
Such a good first 3 days. And it's so good to see a nice man like Olin Brown find the game back in this major championship, but tough to watch it go to the scores he's taken today.
There's nothing like Sunday pressure with a super tough setup.
So Olin Brown, 41, 39, and 80. And he tumbles into a tie for 23rd.
Dottie, you've had quite the seat today, haven't you? Just right there, being able to...
Well, for my first U.S. Open with NBC, this is pretty special stuff.
Boy.
So Campbell for the par. And this to post the 2-under round of 68.
Just outside left edge and quite quick. He's been very aggressive on these.
So now a bogey putt. There's the difference, 3 with Tiger. So he's got some cushion.
Well, he's earned that cushion, especially with that putt he made in the last hole. Straight uphill from here.
So 2 putts from there to put this away. So 10 years from letting one Open slip away, Michael Campbell is going to win the U.S. Open. The up and down career that he has. At one point after that wrist injury, which we mentioned earlier, he thought about quitting professional golf while sitting in a French hotel room back in '98. He had slipped to 360th in the world rankings. And he's come back all the way to the top in the U.S. Open. And that is Steve Williams, a fellow Kiwi. You bet they've got some pride down in New Zealand. Last group finishing up. Jason Gore, who looked like he was going to keep it together early on the front 9. After a wobbling start, righted himself with a birdie at the 5th, was hanging in, and then
Big bounce. Big bounce.
too many shots started to fall.
Good shot there. Might roll off the edge, but that's a very good shot of that heavy rough.
But even though he's plus 12, everybody got to know that man a little better. And they like what they saw all week, on and off the golf course. Now, Goosen. And this is as inexplicable as you can imagine. The defending champion at plus 11 coming in, but musters a fine shot there. Again, began the day at 3 under. A double, a bogey. Another one at 5, 6, out and 41. Got a single birdie on his card. A run of more bogeys down the back 9. And then Gore, almost as if to thank the fans for a great week. Tough start for him. He just couldn't come out of it. You can see him tearing up there.
I'll tell you,
very emotional man.
This course will just test you and tear you up and chew you up and spit you out if things aren't going well. He's really done himself proud. He really handled himself well. He got a great attitude, kind of attitude I wish most golfers could have. Look at that. Not many guys can smile like that when you're looking at an 82.
Campbell looking over the card.
Roger, haven't been able to talk to you much today.
No, sadly, that's true.
So what's been the feeling out there?
Well, you're right about Jason Gore keeping his attitude up. As a matter of fact, he got Retief to laugh out loud for the first time I've ever seen when he asked him if he'd like to play for $10 on the 16th tee on the way in just to make it interesting.
If you're going to sum up the collapse of Retief Goosen today, Roger, anything you can synopsize?
I'm sorry, John, I couldn't hear that.
I was just wondering if you're going to sum up what's happened to Retief today, what would it be? I mean, what the heck happened?
He got off to a bad start. He just never rebounded. He didn't hit the ball well. He didn't putt the ball well. Nothing good happened. I mean, this is just as bad as you could possibly play. I mean, this is exactly what he saw Ernie Els do last year in the final round at Shinnecock.
For the only birdie of the day for Retief. And that's just too much. That's 36 putts for the day, Roger. Unbelievable. When you're missing greens, you have 36 putts. You're looking at 80-something.
Highest score, 81 for Goosen since World War II by a 54-hole leader in this championship. Gil Morgan shot an 81 at Pebble in 92.
Well, you got to hand it to him.
That came out of nowhere, an 81 by Goosen.
Didn't complain. He didn't. He just took it like a man.
This is a fight to the bitter end.
That's too bad. It would have been nice to see him make that putt. Well, he wanted this stage in the last putt, Roger, but not quite this way, huh?
Yeah, that's right, but he's kept his attitude up all day, Johnny. On 14, they told me the last round of the U.S. Open was hard, but I just thought they were kidding. He's really kept his spirits up all day.
He hit a good putt there, breaks left.
Tough double bogey finish for Jason Gore and an 84. Drops him into a tie for 49th after beginning the day and a tie for second but just soaking in the experience the whole way, whether it was the great first 3 days or whether it was a tough final round. Final bout for Jason Gore at Pinehurst. That last twosome, plus 25. Hard to believe. And hard to believe that Michael Campbell is going to hoist the U.S. Open trophy in just a few minutes from now. Even par, 2 shots better than Tiger Woods, who picks up just his second runner-up in a major championship. Tie for third there, share between Garcia, Clark, and Hensby. Campbell is the winner. Only the 6th different international player to win the Open in the last 76 years. And Johnny, what a week it's been at Pinehurst #2. We talked about all day long how we just couldn't really predict what this final leaderboard was going to look like, and after some meltdowns by some folks in the final groups, it is Michael Campbell who just distinguishes himself, and this is a good way to look at it. Look at the scores by Goosen, the 2-time champ, Gore, Brown, and then there's that stellar 1 under, 69 for the champ.
That was a phenomenal round by Campbell, but boy, Retief Goosen was known by his peers, the pros on tour, as having ice water in his veins. Maybe the best clutch player in the game, with Tiger Woods right behind Tiger. And this is going to injure him pretty good, injure his confidence. And Roger is down there right now with Gore and Goosen.
Let's go down to Raj.
Thank you, Dan. Retief, this is really the kind of day you saw Ernie Els have last year at Shinnecock Hills, when everything went right for you, everything went wrong for him, and today nothing went right for you. What happened?
Yeah, it got off to a bad start there on the second hole. Club bounced on the ground and the ball shot over the green. So from there on, it was pretty much downhill all the way. But otherwise, things happen like that. But it's been a great year being the US Open champion, and I'm looking forward to coming back and try again.
I guess it makes it a little easier when you got 2 championships under your belt. Jason, it was a first-time experience for you in the Open. Things got away from you too, but it seemed like you kept your spirits up. How'd you do that?
There's nothing really I could do. I mean, it's the last round of the U.S. Open, and like Retief said, that stuff happens. But I fought all the way, and he just couldn't stop the bleeding.
And I got to ask, who won the bet over the last 3 holes?
He did. It to me on the last hole.
The 4-putt did you in, huh?
I needed that $5.
Okay, thanks, guys. Back to you, Dan.
So it's Jason Gore who finally melts the ice of the modern-day Iceman, Retief Goosen. But
yeah, it's a tough day. It might have been tough for Retief, to be honest with you, not to play with someone like Michael Campbell, who was playing well. Sometimes that's tough when things are happening and everything happens to the whole group. But you go back really to Campbell and the stuff that he did, the up and ins that he made at 9 right of the green, and then the great birdie putt at 10, and then the up and in out of the bunker, short siding on 11, and birdieing 12, and then all those good stuff coming in. I mean, really, it was 17, that birdie putt there sealed the deal, with Tiger missing 3-putting 17. So he earned the championship. He played the best today. He only missed about 3 shots the whole day, and it's great for New Zealand, great for him personally, and it's going to be a memorable Open.
Well, the champion Michael Campbell making his way out to the 18th right now, alongside the president of the USGA, Fred Ridley. As Campbell becomes just the 2nd man from New Zealand to win a major championship. Bob Charles, 1963, British Open.
He's still sort of shocked.
Start of the day, 4 shots behind Retief. The last comeback that big, Lee Janzen at Olympic Club in '98.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Golf Association, I'm pleased to introduce the 105th United States Open champion, Michael Campbell.
Michael, congratulations.
You were immensely emotional after holing out on 18. Can you collect your thoughts and tell us what you were thinking at that moment?
I was thinking about all my family back home in England, my wife Julie, my two boys Jordan and Thomas, and my family in Te Tahi Bay, Wellington, New Zealand, who are watching live right now, I believe. Happy Father's Day, Dad. It's just I worked really hard for this, ups and downs through my whole career, but it's worth the work. It's just amazing.
It's a long, long way back from 1995 when you were the 54-hole leader at the British Open. You missed the playoff, which John Daly won by a single stroke. It got to the point where you had to qualify to make it here, and now you're holding the cup.
It's amazing. It wasn't going to come, actually. It's just completely changed my whole career now. I mean, this is what I practice for. I've been working really hard on myself and on my game, and I just can't believe I'm holding this trophy. It's just amazing.
Can you give us a sense? Of what this might mean to golf fans in New Zealand? Prior to today, the only New Zealander to win a major was Bob Charles in 1963, the British Open.
That's right. It was right in the back of my mind the whole day today, thinking about Bob when he won back in '63 the Open there, and I just knew that I just play well enough, I got a chance. And if I knew I shot 2 or 3 under in the last round, it was maybe a chance to win the tournament. But just things went my way. I sunk some long putts and some good ones, some par-saving putts too. But I can just walk away right now and just think, okay, people back home, if I can do it, so can you.
17 was key for you. Yesterday, you hole out from the bunker to get to +1, kind of give you the impetus to put together the round you shot today. And then right after Tiger had birdied 18, you nail a birdie putt at 17 to pretty much seal it.
He's good. Jeez, he's damn good.
Yeah, someone just yelled, "Tiger's no good." That's probably not correct.
Well, in actual fact, I was feeding off all the crowds behind me, in front of me. People obviously focusing on Tiger and Goosey and Jason, playing so well. And it was little old me from New Zealand, and no one really took notice of me until probably the last 9 holes. So I was just feeding off all the positive response from the crowds, from the other groups, and I knew that Tiger birdie's 15, I think. So I hit, and then I was over my second shot on 14, I think it was, and I had to pull away. Because of the crowd noise. So I regrouped and hit it close, but didn't make birdie. But I kind of knew what was going on. And when Tiger, I think, bogeyed 17, I thought, well, there's another nice little cushion of 3 or 4 shots.
At any time today, did you feel the pressure? Obviously, there was pressure throughout, but at any point, did you feel that it was getting to you?
The last 9 holes, I was telling myself 20 times a hole, keep my focus, just talking to myself, and it worked.
Michael, congratulations, a great victory.
Thank you.
Michael Campbell, U.S. Open champion. Dan?
And the first sectional qualifier, Bob, to win the Open since Steve Jones in 1996 at Oakland Hills. And only the 3rd in the last 30 years. And it means so much to a guy like Michael Campbell, what he gets out of this championship. It's going to completely change the way he strategizes about his career, the exemptions and all of the things you get, Johnny. It's a big deal, but it's a really big deal to a guy like this.
It sure is, and he earned it, shooting 71-69, 71-69. 69 today was a phenomenal score, and Tiger made it interesting.
So Michael Campbell has the trophy. Rounds of 71, 69, 71, and 69. And it's good to be here this week and remember Payne again. Talked about him a lot this week, the '99 champion. And we now have another champion at Pinehurst.